dwellings, the Planning Commission's discussion was to standardize unit mix requirements citywide. So you can see there, page 159 is where that edit lives, and you can see that across the city, regardless of where a multi-unit dwelling project is located, there is a minimum 3-bedroom, minimum 2-bedroom, 10%, and then studios have a maximum of 15% for a unit mix. For ground floor residential, the Commission expressed general support to allow for ground floor residential, provide that flexibility and moving away from requiring the active use requirement on the ground floor that was, currently in the code. So you can see in the downtown the edit that's been made there to the table 9.10.040 that allows it everywhere in the downtown except the Bayside Conservation Zone. So that would be the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street, basically. But elsewhere, other than that, you have the flexibility to do ground floor residential in the downtown. And then outside of the downtown, ground floor residential can be anywhere except Street and Montana Avenue, where that ground floor requirement will remain. In terms of the Affordable Housing Production Program, it is a sort of revamp of the AHPP. I think we've been through this before in terms of establishing basically a single inclusionary percentage of 15%, for the city. And the policy question here really was about, where should there be limitations where off-site affordable housing units could be located. So this is the instance of where you have a market rate project proposing or electing to provide those affordable housing units in compliance with the AHP off-site somewhere else. And, currently the rule is that it has to be a quarter mile of that market rate project. That's been opened up to have more flexibility across the city, but, based on existing concentrations of affordable housing, this was a policy discussion we have with both the Planning Commission and the Housing Commission, about areas of the city where, that should not be allowed. And so instead of relying on some state mapping, that kind of changes year to year, may not be entirely reflective of local conditions or, how we want to look at things. The proposal here is to exclude the Pico neighborhood and then parcels north of the 10. So essentially using Olympic Boulevard as the northern boundary to that, Centinela Avenue as the east, Pico as the south, and then Lincoln Court as the western boundary as the area where off-site affordable housing units could not be located. That does not mean that it prohibits affordable housing in those areas. This is that instance of, where you have a market rate project electing to provide off-site units. In terms of density bonus, the discussion was really around ensuring, consistency with state density bonus law and integrating that together with the city's affordable housing production program. There was general support for the density bonus ordinance, as presented to the commission. What you see in the red lines is really the implementation of the concept that we had discussed with you based on technical assistance that we have received from HC about kind of how to marry the city's local inclusionary ordinance with state density bonus law. So what you see here is basically, for 15%, our AHPP, they still require that it be allocated to different affordability levels, but those would be counted as if they were very low income units or, whatever achieve the highest bonus and number of incentives or concessions granted under state density bonus law. We have written it in that way to sort of future-proof, I guess, our ordinance a little bit because state density bonus law seems one that seems to be tinkered with a little bit each year. With the legislative session, so this kind of allows the city to continue to keep up with that without having to amend our local ordinance constantly. Obviously we're obligated to comply with state law in this regard, but that's essentially how we are, trying to integrate the city's AHPP and have it sync up with density bonus law such that when an applicant provides 50% affordable units, they do receive the benefits of 15%, but whatever the highest benefits they would otherwise get under state density bonus law, primarily related to the percentage density bonus and the number of incentives and concessions that are granted. And we also made edits to be consistent with the recently adopted interim zoning ordinance that Council adopted on December 13th, and as you saw in the director's report, extended on January the 10th. This is sort of a smaller subset of the density bonus law in terms of allowing 100% affordable housing projects to request additional waivers, on top of the additional height and unlimited density that they already receive under state density bonus law. So this would allow those housing projects to request additional waivers, and the City Council excluded Pico neighborhood as defined in the current zoning ordinance for affordable housing projects that are located in the Pico neighborhood would not be able to request these additional waivers there. And the waivers cannot be used to increase height, of course, because they would have already received the extra 3 stories or 33 feet under state density bonus law. In terms of the process for housing projects, the Commission had discussions about the development permit findings, so changes were made to page 167, and it's revised to remove some of the findings there, that are a little bit ambiguous with respect to compatibility, general welfare, unacceptable adverse impacts. In terms of streamlined design review, the Commission heard some comment and discussed aligning the ARB's reviews. So there was a sort of a particular language in there that this has to do with the ARB's preliminary review of projects, and there was additional language in there about siting and massing, that was not found within the criteria in 9.551 for which are the required findings for design approval. So we have made that edit to sync those up. For the moderate income housing overlay, the Commission's discussion was to expand the MHO just beyond the half mile. So the Commission directed to include all non-residential zones citywide and also multi-unit residential citywide, but with displacement protections, for existing units within multi-unit residential zones. So that change has been made to expand the moderate income housing overlay, so it goes beyond the half mile. Now it essentially covers, all areas of the city except for R1, and then the displacement protections that are consistent with SB 9 have been added also to the MHO program. For community assembly surface parking lots, this was a relatively small edit or clarification, but it was one that was very helpful, where the community assembly use doesn't have to be the primary use, it just has to be retained. I think the Commission astutely pointed out that there could be a case where it might have more housing, such that the community assembly use may not actually be the primary use anymore. So that edit has been made. For residentially surface parking lots, there was a Commission, comment to ensure that the allowable density doesn't result in fewer units to be allowed under SB 9. So that's been revised to state that the maximum allowable density is 1 per 2,000 or 4 units, whichever is greater, which would be under SB 9. And then finally, here we have the accessory dwelling units. Planning Commission direction was to allow, this was in response to a policy question from staff about allowing the construction of detached accessory structures in conjunction with multiple unit dwellings to count towards both the allowance of 2 newly constructed detached ADUs and the conversion of existing non-livable space to at least 1 ADU, or up to 25% of the existing multiple unit dwelling, whichever is greater. So that change has been made to the ADU red lines. And we also added a new non-substantive clarification. I think in rereading the ordinance, sometimes you sort of find things, that like, oh, we should really clarify that in terms of where the 4-foot side and rear setbacks are measured from. So this is just a clarification that really is declaratory of our existing practice, an existing law, which is that's measured from the parcel line. So that's just a clarification and it's not measured from the center line of an alley. If it was the center line of an alley, there would actually be no setback, and that's not what was intended or how it's been practiced. In terms of parking, this is about a consistency with AB 2097, and we had a policy discussion with the commission about parking minimums, parking maximums, and how we deal with replacement of existing parking. If somebody wants the flexibility, where they've got more parking, maybe than what they need. So the commission expanded AB 2097's provisions for no minimum parking requirements. You expanded that for all housing projects, and alterations and additions, same in ADU. So that would apply citywide except in R1 zones. And then the commission also indicated direction for no parking maximums for areas within a half-mile transit and for all housing projects. And then in terms of replacement of existing parking, and any applicant would only need to replace up to 75%, or what the current code requires, whichever is less. And really, I think the genesis of the commission's discussion was to provide an applicant with the utmost flexibility to build the parking that they need and not have that dictated by regulations. So all of those edits have been made in the red lines. And then in the employment districts, these are the new districts like the industrial conservation zone and the office campus district, that previously where housing was prohibited, very, I think, fairly, there were no land use there that would have complemented housing. So what's been added to the land use table for those two zones in light of the new permissions to allow housing in those zones is to add supportive uses like retail and restaurants as permitted land uses. By no means an exhaustive list, but what we did add is, I think, what we most commonly see in terms of what would support having daily services within sort of walking range of potential new housing in these zones. So that wraps up, I think, all of the changes that have been made in response to the Commission's discussion and direction from all of your previous meetings. This slide is really talking about a couple of areas where, in the course of, between the agenda being published in today's meeting, staff's been looking at public comment, and it seemed easy to make the change. So in the case of the SB 9 statute, upon, I think, rereading of that statute, it requires the city to allow zero lot line construction in certain circumstances. So that change has now been made to the SB 9 ordinance to clarify that in the case of a lot split, it does not require a 4-foot setback from the newly created parcel line, as long as fire and safety standards are met. So that's consistent with the wording of the statute. And then with respect to the AHPP, this is a clarification that the 99-year deed restriction is for units associated, would only be required for units that are funded with public funds, basically, so housing trust fund projects. Otherwise, it would remain as the 55-year deed restriction. We had heard, some concerns about the financial feasibility, of requiring a 99-year deed restriction when it's applied to units that are associated with market rate projects. So that is being retained at the 55 years. So those are all the changes that have been made. We're now moving on now to the areas where their staff does not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation, and your staff report, I think, really lays out. These are the areas in your staff report towards the end where we try to provide information as to where staff is concerned, and just providing some analysis and information for the Commission's consideration. Obviously, the Commission can have whatever discussion it would like about this, and make its recommendation to the City Council. So the first one is with respect to not rezoning the neighborhood commercial district, and that's really the subject of item 9A. We're bring together with this item, and I think the concern there really is that it's not rezoning the NC would be inconsistent with the table and the commitments, in Program 1J, of the certified housing element. It is also inconsistent with the approved AFFH strategy that was really key to the certification of the housing element. When HCD reviewed this, they were very keen on these commercially zoned NC areas, sort of on the northern and southern ends of the city, and it really is about opening up opportunities for new housing in high opportunity areas. They emphasized then, and they emphasized more recently, when we just had a consultation call, just to ask about, this discussion that the commission was having, just to understand process. And, I think the emphasis really was that for AFFH, it is not, it does not rely only or look at only the RHNA or at capacity. It really is about providing the opportunity for housing to occur. So it is independent of the SSI, or of RHNA requirements. It's again looking at areas, where housing has not occurred before and opening up opportunities for housing to occur. We would also note that, going back to existing standards would effectively remove housing as a permitted use. The analyses have shown like the existing standards are not feasible to support housing, so effectively housing would be prohibited in the NC zone. Not proceeding with rezoning would require an amendment to the housing element, and there certainly are risks to falling out of compliance. If we don't go through on the implementation, the commitments that the city made with respect to Program 1J. This slide here kind of explains, I think, the process to amend the housing element and sort of a very rough estimated, timeline of, what what that might look like. So, if the commission wanted to make this recommendation, so you would vote to do that at your February 1st meeting, which we have noticed as your formal recommendation to the City Council, and it would be to recommend that the City Council direct staff to prepare the revised draft of a certified housing element. We are due to have several study sessions with the City Council in February, and then council adoption hearings. We have March there, but that's sort of conversation. We actually haven't had a firm date for an adoption hearing. With could be March, it could be April as well. At that point, council would to staff to prepare the revised draft. Staff would then have to actually prepare a revised draft of the housing element. It's probably going to be a minimum, 6-month process to do that. We truly have a lack of staff resources to pursue different implementation tracks. We wouldn't be able to sort of like half implement and then pursue a complete policy direction and something else. We just have who we have, at this point to do this work. And, it would require time and consultation with HC. They don't really provide a formal response to concepts formally. We would actually have to prepare like red lines to the housing element and formally submit it. So what that process looks like is staff would have to go through the process of revising the housing element. The revised draft would be presented to the Planning Commission for recommendation to the City Council. Note that there's a mandatory 7-day public review period before the Planning Commission's recommendation on that. So that just needs to be factored in for timing. And then the revised draft then has to be reviewed by the City Council for direction to submit that revised draft to HCD, and then HCD would have a 60-day review period to provide their comment on the revised draft. And there's no guarantee of an outcome. There's no guarantee that HCD will actually accept the revised draft or give approval to the amendment. But we wanted to kind of lay this out just so there was an understanding of like what that process would look like to amend the housing element, and just where some of challenges lie with respect to just staffing resources to work. Moving into the Bergamot Area Plan, this was an area where the Commission discussed upzoning some parcels in an area bounded by Berkeley, Stanford, Nebraska, and Pennsylvania Avenue. Staff is concerned about sort of, over-concentrating housing capacity in this just one particular area of the city. That's from an AFFH perspective, there's sort of not a need, to go beyond that. And I think we've discussed also having a transition point to the adjacent multi-unit residential areas as well that are immediately next to this area. Outside of the heightened FAR, there's some other issues with respect to streamlined design review. So the Planning Commission's discussion, and this came out of some public comment, was providing the applicant the ability to elect to have the design review occur after entitlements. Just I think for consistency in process, we did commit in the housing element to kind of have design review and the entitlement process go concurrently to try and streamline that process more. So I think this is not a case where staff completely disagrees with that, but we wanted to provide here allowing the ARB design review approval to occur, but only in sort of a particular instance, where essentially, where the ARB has held at least one design review approval hearing, and the applicant has submitted revisions in response to the comments, and the project conforms to the applicable development standards. So this is really recognizing a situation, where the entitlement is ready to issue, but for, the design review piece, and there's no reason to hold that up at that point. But to elect from the beginning, to just have design review occur afterwards, really is not consistent with what we committed to in the housing element. And so, we wanted this is the staff recommendation that is an alternative to the Commission's discussion. In terms of daylight plane, the Commission discussed turning the daylight plane incentive. So we actually made adjustments to the daylight plane in terms of where it's measured from, right, and also where it could terminate. I think it's like 50 feet in is where the daylight plane would ultimately terminate. So instead of having that turn into the new standard, that will remain. Staff is recommending that remain as an incentive and concession, and to set the measurement point for daylight plane at 30 feet. So that is an edit that is consistent with the Commission's discussion. But I think the point of disagreement here is really keeping daylight plane standard as it is, and then allowing that termination to occur as an incentive and concession as opposed. In terms of reduction or modification of outdoor living area for 100% affordable housing projects, the Commission's discussion was about adding that to the by right menu of incentives and concessions. However, in light of recent council discussions, highlighting the importance, that they feel that the quality of life benefits of outdoor living areas, particularly with 100% affordable housing, staff, was concerned about kind of fair housing issues where, there's inequitable amenities for affordable housing units versus market rate units. So we don't recommend adding this to the by right menu. We would note that the zoning ordinance already allows flexibility for 100% affordable housing to shift private outdoor living area to common outdoor living area. And they would still be able to avail themselves of incentives and concessions, like just through the regular process, to request modifications to the outdoor living area requirements. But we didn't see a need to kind of add that to the by right menu. For the moderate income housing overlay, the Commission discussed allowing market rate housing units and MHO projects. This is, not really consistent with Council's prior direction regarding Program 2A in the housing element. So, the definition of an MHO project really was drawn from the definition of 100% affordable housing, which basically reads that, it has to be 100% affordable housing, and then there's like income restrictions, and then it's allowing up to 33% non-residential floor area. So it does kind of raise that question. It's like, if we're going to allow non-residential floor area, why wouldn't you also allow market rate housing? So the policy question here that could be considered is that instead of allowing it, without limitation, is, could we think about allowing uses other than MHO units in no more than 33% of the floor area of MHO projects? So those could be non-residential units or market rate units, but it would be capped at that 33% of the floor area. And then finally, allowing single unit dwellings as a permitted use, or continuing to allow them as a permitted use in the multi-unit residential zones. The commission wants to discuss allowing single unit dwellings as a permitted use. In the multi-unit zones, staff does not agree with continuing to allow that. I think that throughout the housing element process, we've heard concerns about kind of like underutilization or underdevelopment in our multi-unit zones, and where it does occur. I'm not sure we want to incentivize the replacement of single unit dwellings with, a new single unit dwelling if you're in a multi-unit zone. I think the preference would be, if that single unit dwelling is going to be redeveloped, that, it actually have the density that's allowed in the multi-unit zone, and not something less than that. So with that actually, is a review of where we've been, and just a sum up of all the changes to the red lines, and some food for thought in terms of the areas of disagreement. So I will stop sharing my screen, and certainly happy to receive any questions.
Okay. Jing, well, the first question I want to ask you is did you have any additional presentation material for item 9? I mean, you seem to cover that in your presentation now, but was there going to be another PowerPoint that you want to share with us to comment
on? No, we didn't prepare additional material. I think that we're certainly prepared to try and, answer your questions or provide guidance or what have you in your discussion about item 9. But that's the crux of it. I didn't kind of try to fold it into the presentation here.
Okay, that's fine. Again, I want to just for the public's edification, the caller queue is open, and please call in. We appreciate it. At this point, we can get a couple of questions from commissioners.
I have a process question.
Well, I saw Commissioner Lambert's hand up first.
I just have a quick question. I have a ton of questions about what's before us tonight, but this is a procedural question. Our impression was that the letter was going to be acted on tonight, and that's the community's expectation. So it's news to me that we're putting it over, and I really don't want to see that happen. That's me.
Mine's on the same topic. I was actually, Chair, going to ask you, before we go to questions, if we could hear a presentation from you and Leslie and Nina about the letter, since we heard from Jing about their objections to it before we heard your summary of it. And then maybe we could, and then I was going to ask whether we could go to the public before we jump into our questions, because a lot of our questions may have to do with letters we got, and it might just be better for us to hear from the public up front and then do our questions and discussion after, if you're open to it. But first, I want to hear from you all about your letter.
I think that makes sense. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Commissioner Lambert and to start with the presentation, and then Fresco to fill in any holes, since Commissioner Lambert did the lion's share of the drafting. And again, I'm just for the public record, I was not totally supportive of this path, but because I might have to defend it in a few weeks, I wanted to be part of this drafting process. So with that, I'll say, Commissioner Lambert, please give us an outline, and then we'll hear a little bit from Commissioner Fresco.
You'll probably hear a lot from Commissioner Fresco, based on our experience together. The letter is pretty self-explanatory, I think. And basically our concern is that, number one, to my knowledge, there's not been a feasibility study for Pico or Ocean Park. Nevertheless, they're part of the upzoning effort. So that's our first concern. The biggest concern really is the displacement of local business. If this happens, I mean, if people come in and want to build 55 feet on any of these streets, there's no way, in my opinion, local business will be able to support the new rents. And so they'll be gone. In fact, there's actually an acknowledgement of that there's no ground floor commercial space required on Pico or Ocean Park Boulevard. I think in recognition of that, it's not feasible, given the higher risk, to get the kind of neighborhood serving retail we have now. And they're not national markets like Montana, or regional markets like Montana and Main Street, which will probably attract regional retail. That Montana already has Williams-Sonoma, and I think it's just the beginning. So we're very concerned about the displacement of small businesses, many of which are minority-owned, women-owned. They've been serving these neighborhoods for decades, and I don't think they'd be coming back. So that's a very big concern. And if there's no commercial space whatsoever on Ocean Park and Pico, there would not be commercial districts for those neighborhoods. So we also, and I'll let Nina go into more of the AFFH impacts. I was very surprised. I did a lot of the data collection about the neighborhoods. I was very surprised about the income levels, particularly in Ocean Park. Well, we know about Pico. I mean, that's obviously the lowest income neighborhood there is in the city. And actually, Sunset Park and Ocean Park are not the bastions of white privilege that everybody thinks we are. The median incomes actually in both those neighborhoods are moderate. There are about 9,000 rent-controlled units in Ocean Park and Sunset Park. And when you look at the median maximum allowable rent, they're all affordable to moderate income. 50% of the rent-controlled units are affordable to moderate or low income. So they're both very diverse communities. So from which actually obviously use these neighborhood commercial streets, and those are part of the neighborhoods. So I don't really think. Personally, I think if we actually upzone these streets, what's going to happen is the property values are going to go up everywhere, which will make it more difficult to develop new housing in these neighborhoods. And the people who move into these $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 apartment units are not going to be a diversified group, in my opinion. So it's actually not going to do a lot for the diversity of the neighborhood. So I understand that it's complicated to get this through HCD. I talked to Jing a little while ago, and apparently their concern is that we need to have developable land everywhere in the city, no matter apparently the impact. And the Ocean Park and Pico, Maine and Montana are really the most likely sources for new housing construction, despite the negative effects on the neighborhoods around them. And as you all recall, who were on the Planning Commission in 2019, the Pico community made very clear that upzoning Pico Boulevard was not an acceptable option for them, because they saw their neighborhood serving businesses go away. I mean, we have laundromats and really neighborhood serving facilities that these people need. They also saw Pico Boulevard as an economic opportunity area for their own entrepreneurial aspirations. If the rents go up, which they will in new buildings, I think with that if we went forward with that. So I think we have to make a case to HCD that we are not as they perceive we are, and that these boulevards are very, very important as neighborhood community meeting places, retail services, laundromats, barbershops. Mexican bakery on Ocean Park Boulevard has been there since before I moved in 26 years ago. I wouldn't expect them to come back in a new building. So I'm just very concerned, and it's not because it's not just me. I mean, we have heard from a lot of residents. In fact, there are a lot of letters tonight indicating that they're all very concerned about going forward with this, and anything we could do to convince HCD otherwise, we should be doing. And I really want to act on the letter tonight. So I ask that. Nina?
So I've been thinking, Leslie's data is incredible and is really the crux of our initial letter. And I've been continuing to work more on the AFFH side of it. And one of the starting point of the way I'm thinking about it is to look at Santa Monica history in particular. A lot of the AFFH ideas that have come to us are kind of generalized approaches that involve, creating housing opportunity, but there's a lot more to fair housing than just housing opportunity. Community resources being key to that, and that's not just schools and street cleaning, it's also having access to community retail. And so one of the things I'm thinking about in terms of Santa Monica history is that when the Pico neighborhood first became the center for where our people of color were basically sent as the city started doing more and more eminent domain and adopting more segregation policies, was a much wider area that went all the way to Santa Monica Boulevard to Pico Boulevard. And when the freeway came in, it literally bisected the neighborhood, and the two neighborhood commercial streets that served that community that were indeed filled with Black and Mexican-owned businesses, people who lived in that community and provided services to them, were separated from where all the people lived. And we can see today how that ended up and what Broadway and Ocean Park Boulevard and Olympic Boulevard look like today because they were separated from the community. And we lost all those businesses and we still don't have anything going on in those streets. And as far as the community is concerned, they started to go through some really, really hard times, peaking or dropping, having their nadir in the 1970s when, a lot of gang activity started to happen. And a lot of that is really attributed to the loss of that community fabric that centered around those businesses and the community leaders and the church communities that were broken up and couldn't come back together again in the same way. And so I feel that we have a responsibility to our community to make sure that we maintain these commercial districts, which I see as they're really small areas. I'm looking at my map over to the side here. They're very small areas that are like the seams that knit together the communities that surround them. They really do go through the areas that they serve in a really central way. And I feel it's a really important responsibility to maintain that cohesiveness. Another aspect of it is also as we provide more housing opportunity with a lot of the new programs and upzoning that we are doing, which is extensive. We are doubling capacity everywhere, but R2, R3, R4, and hopefully neighborhood commercial. It's our responsibility to make sure that the new opportunity and integration that we're encouraging results in assimilation and people feeling part of the community that they move into, and that there's a place where they can meet the people who already live there, that they can become part of the community, become known, and become comfortable and find services they need as well. So those are the beginnings of what I've been working on and reading a lot of white papers and dissertations to get there.
Great. Thank you too. We appreciate that. I see Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi have a question about this.
Can you give us some direction on, in the Ocean Park case, does the NC zone extend to the parking lots along Nielsen or not? Or those are separate? Those are on a separate zone. They're not part of this initiative.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
For a diagram. So what we would, as Leslie pointed out, what we would really like to see today is support from the commission, which I believe has supported this many, many times already, or the idea of it, to forward the letter immediately to the city council so that they can start thinking and working on it right away, because as Jane pointed out, we need time to make this happen. And another thing for the commissioners and the community to know is we have a strategy to ensure that we don't go out of compliance with our housing element. And, we need to really watch the clock and take important steps at important times to make sure that doesn't happen. But we believe we can avoid that.
The IZO, Nina, do you want to talk about the IZO?
Well, we're not sure if it would be an IZO. Ideally, we could adopt an IZO that would basically include the red lines for neighborhood commercial, but either become permanent or sunset, depending on what we get from HCD after we make our pitch. The city attorney has some skepticism about how an adoption would go. We would still have to do first and second readings, but that would be an approach to make sure that we're covered in compliance by the time October 15th comes around.
Okay, Commissioner Landers.
This is more a strategic question, and I posed this question to staff as well, and they wanted to answer it in public. So I'll put it to all of you. One of the, and certainly I was, we had started this conversation, Nina and Leslie and I, a while ago. And then I stepped out, obviously, because we could only have 3 on the committee. I was curious why you chose to pair SSI with sort of capacity and not do a capacity to capacity apples to apples offer with Bergamot. I'll have more to say in discussion, but following Commissioner Fresco's comments just now, I'm just not convinced by staff's arguments about why Bergamot's a bad idea for additional capacity. But I think a letter like this, if we're trying to get HCD to say yes, we need to give them multiple reasons to say yes, find something that works. And so I was curious, were you intentionally avoiding the capacity to capacity argument for a reason, right? And if so, what was the reason? And if not, do you or staff know how much capacity is at stake? Not SSI units, actual capacity, and how much capacity we could make up by upzoning Bergamot above and beyond what we wanted. And if given that answer, we might have some thoughts about, leveraging IZOs and also effective dates to try to get us there without delaying our housing element implementation.
Leslie's the expert in those calculations.
I discussed with some community members about what is the total capacity of neighborhood commercial, and that's assuming it's all going to be built on, which is insane. It's like 70 acres. On the SSI, we did 1,171 acres, and this is 70. Well, the total neighborhood commercial district's 71 acres. Many of those properties are landmarks. They're on the HRI. And actually, strangely, the one that's there's one in Sunset Park. It's on the corner of 17th and Ocean Park Boulevard. Just went through a $1 million remodel, so I suspect it will not be turning over for housing anytime soon. So I think it's kind of specious to say what is the total capacity of neighborhood commercial, assuming it would all turn over if we upzoned it, and we have to find that capacity somewhere else. The approach we've taken is that the 165 units on the SSI that are neighborhood commercial, we can find those 165 units if we upzone the Bergamot site that we talked about a few weeks ago. That's not a problem.
Right. That's not my question. My question is not about the SSI. It's literally about capacity.
I understand. The question is whether or not we have to look at the entire capacity of neighborhood commercial that would not be developed, assuming it would all be.
No, it's the increment. How much are we proposing?
I understand. And actually, someone did do, it's about a 5,000 unit increment. If you assume that every property in neighborhood commercial would turn over, which it won't. So we'd have to find 5,000 units somewhere else, which is really not an option. So I don't think that approach would work. It's also assuming that everything in neighborhood commercial would actually be built as housing over the next 8 years, which is totally unreasonable. And again, there are a lot of landmarks. On Main Street, I think Main Street's about 15 acres in NC, and about 6 of those acres are landmarks or historic resources. So we'd have to look at each one of the districts and see what could not be built on, and then look at the capacity from there.
And there's also the aspect of the difference between feasibility and profitability. And the reason we upzoned certain boulevards and areas of Bergamot the way we did is we were really incentivizing development in those areas with profitability so that we would ensure that we actually got projects and that they would be good projects and that they would have the most amount of inclusionary affordable housing that we could encourage from them. And these neighborhood commercial districts are proposed to be just on the side of feasibility, which is not much of an incentive anyway. So
let me add one thing about this.
Minimal.
CCSM could come in tomorrow and propose a 6-story, 100% affordable housing project in any of these districts, no question, and get 3 concessions. A market rate developer with inclusionary units can come in and get 5 stories or 4 stories with concessions. So I talked to Heidi about this earlier, whether or not, I know you can't count the density bonus when you do your capacity on SSI, but could we cite the density bonus as a reason why these sites actually could turn over, because most people are going to use density bonuses?
Okay, I think we're getting into a little bit of discussion here on this. So unless there's a specific question, let's move on to public comment.
Well, I had asked for staff. I mean, staff said they were prepared to give me an answer on this, so this might be a good time on the relative capacity of the two segments, the 2 increments.
Okay, staff.
So if I understand your question, you're asking about the capacity in the NC zone versus the Bergamot upzoning.
Right, the NC increment that's at issue and the Bergamot increment that's at issue that we had proposed and you didn't like.
Okay, so I mean, I guess in that one, for the Bergamot upzoning, that was the 3.25, if I'm not mistaken, and 70 feet.
Right, and we wanted to go up to, what did we say, 84?
No, for that portion, you were talking about 3.25 and 70.
I thought it was 75.
And is your question about the sites inventory or like overall, generally speaking?
No, capacity, right? Because the letter is not apples to apples. And I'm wondering, I'm actually asking about the possibility, right? Whether or not you think it's a good idea. I'm just asking, like, what would we be saying if hey, HCD, we are going to take away this capacity over here, but we're going to put it back over there. And here are all the reasons why that's okay to do, based on our understanding of the history of Santa Monica and affordable housing and all that. I'll save that for discussion. My question is, how much capacity is available? How much capacity are we talking about removing? We have 13,000 units staying in that we're proposing. How many would go away if we didn't do this? And how many would we add if we went above and beyond in Bergamot to the numbers that we had proposed that staff did not agree with, but I'm curious what that delta is.
Are you, sorry, Commissioner Landris, are you referring to the site's inventory capacity in the NC? Because that's how we showed capacity to.
Okay.
That's the only way to demonstrate capacity, in the housing element.
Otherwise, it's a theoretical capacity of applying 3.0 across whatever 70 acres of NC, whatever that is. And that's not an exercise that we've done.
And that's presumably not an exercise that HCD would do in determining whether an amendment is viable, right?
Well, let's take a step back from that, actually, because as we explained in the staff report, how they would evaluate the amendment is this is not an issue of capacity or even the RHNA. It's about the possibility of opening housing opportunity. So it is actually utterly independent of capacity, if that makes sense. Like that's actually what was explained to us throughout the housing element process. So it's not about like showing, that there is a site or that there's capacity to swap here and there. It is not about capacity when it comes to AFFH.
Okay, but if we...
No,
it's
about demonstrating the possibility.
I understand what you're saying.
Housing. Yeah.
Right. I understand what you're saying. But I'm not convinced that I don't want to get into discussion before we hear from the public. I'm not convinced that there aren't other ways to do that. We can get into that later. So my question is, let me try to reframe the question. If we were proposing a trade, right, what are we trading? If we talk about a no net loss requirement and we were trying to achieve no net loss, how would we articulate that? I respect that.
It's 165 units, Sean.
Right. We tried to do that in the letter, Sean, so I think we were trying to offset what was lost in the neighborhood.
Yeah, the no net loss has to do with the SSI, because when you're counting, that's what HCD, what cares about is the RENA. What Jing is saying is that's not the key issue, because they also care about a different aspect, which we will address different ways, which we've explained. But the overall increment you're talking about is not relevant to HCD, and staff has never done those calculations because nobody cares.
Okay, I am hearing that there are people who have concerns about capacity, and that a capacity for capacity trade would be
Right, but they're not
more acceptable. And I'm trying to figure out a way I'm trying to find out if there's a way to articulate that more clearly so that it is more clearly seen. I recognize that that's not the issue, and we can come back to that. I'm just trying to clarify whether that's possible.
I've done that calculation.
Wait. Hold on, Commissioner Lambert. Can you hold on just a second? Commissioner Raskin has been quietly raising his hand, asking to opine. So, Commissioner Raskin, or Mr. Raskin.
I had a quick question, but it's on a different topic, and I'll defer to Commissioner Lambert if she had a point to make on this topic specifically.
I just want to say probably the same person talked to me that talked to you about the capacity of neighborhood commercial. And I did the calculation. And for all of the neighborhood commercial areas, it's about a differential of about 5,000 units if we keep the zoning as it is. But that doesn't net out landmarks and historic resources and the fact of some land is not buildable. So it's 5,000 units. If you want to just do a one-for-one with the SSI and the NC properties on the SSI, it's 165 units. But again, as Nina said, I don't think that's the issue with HCD.
Okay. I really want to get to the public, so Vice Chair Raskin, if you want to ask your question.
Yeah, hopefully this is a quick question. I just wanted to ask the drafters of the letter if you've considered the implications of AB 2011 with respect to this proposal, and
Yes.
If you could speak to that
We
briefly.
did. Actually, Heidi responded to my question about that. It really doesn't have much impact at all. Heidi, are you there? Heidi's not there.
I am. So AB 2011 is actually a project-specific bill, as you are aware. So it's very fact-intensive with respect to the particular project and whether or not it meets all of the requirements of AB 2011. So it is possible that there are maybe some sites where that could occur, but there are a whole slew of requirements that would have to happen for a particular project to meet AB 2011 requirements. So it's not like it's going to be a sweeping change necessarily to the NC, if that makes sense.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, let's turn to the public. Hear from the public on these two items. So again, public, we have a phone number at the top of our agenda for you to call in. I'm assuming we have some callers in the queue that are just dying to give us their opinions. Start with the first caller.
Last four digits, 5621. You're now in the meeting and you will have 3 minutes to make your comment. And then.
Excuse me. Good evening, Commissioners. Kevin Kozel with Harding, Larimer, Kutcher, and Kozel. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Stanford, Nebraska Properties, the owners of 1757 Stanford. At the last two hearings, the Commission has supported an additional upzoning of that portion of the CCS district in the Bergamot area bounded by Nebraska and Pennsylvania and Berkeley and Stanford. Our client's property is located in this area, and we appreciate the Planning Commission's support and recommendation in this regard. And I want to make clear that I'm not commenting on the policy issue about in any way tying this to the zoning of the NC districts. We think independently that upzoning this area in the Bergamot is a good idea. And we understand that city staff does not support this recommendation, but this is the recommendation of the Planning Commission. In the past, the Commission has made it clear that staff must present its Commission's recommendation to the City Council, and then staff can indicate those areas with which staff disagrees. This is what the zoning ordinance requires, and we want to make sure that that happens here and that the Commission's recommendation is clearly articulated and presented to the City Council. We also understand staff's position that the Bergamot area is being significantly upzoned, but our concern is that whether sufficient housing will actually be developed is speculative. Our client's property is ripe for redevelopment. The city should be encouraging housing by providing the additional height and density incentives above what staff supports. If not, it is more likely that this site will simply be redeveloped commercially, and this will be a lost housing opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to the next caller.
Last four digits, 6155. We're now in the meeting. You could please state your.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dave Rand, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Terrific. Good evening, Dave Rand, Rand, Pastor, and Nelson. Commissioner, our firm, as you know, represents a number of housing providers looking to build projects in the city. In the last couple of weeks, I've been taking the opportunity to go over the red line, Boots and DCP and BAP and zoning ordinance amendments with my clients and collectively getting their thoughts. A couple of key issues have emerged. I sent you a letter earlier today. Really 3 points I wanted to share with you, 2 of them related to downtown, 1 related to process. The first related to downtown is some of my clients, not all admittedly, but some have expressed concern about the proposed, rather belated, elimination of the tiered structure downtown. You recall Housing Element Program 1F clearly preserved the tier structure downtown, which importantly allowed for optionality, varied affordability levels, and different types of projects to proceed. Different types of projects proposed by applicants that are facing different kind of economic conditions, different kind of lenders and capital partner constraints, and there's been some concern that collapsing the tiers and going with a single tier level with a across-the-board 20% inclusionary requirement is going to make some of those projects, not all, but some of them, infeasible. And having just heard about all the rigmarole from staff that's involved in amending the housing element, which I think you would clearly have to do here, since Program 1F very specifically articulates the tiered structure and the varied heights and FARs at each tier level. So to go through that amendment process now for Program 1F seems unnecessary and more than that, problematic given feasibility concerns. So I think optionality is critical here. This is obviously where you want to encourage the greatest amount of development, and having more choices, I think, is better downtown. Second point has to do with processing in the DCP. You all voted unanimously at the last commission hearing to align the streamlining downtown with the rest of the city. In other words, projects proposed, code-compliant housing projects proposed on sites 1 acre or less would proceed administratively with an AA, just like on Wilshire Boulevard and Santa Monica Boulevard. It seems that staff has reintroduced the prior notion of DRPs downtown being required for any project over 90,000 square feet. And I don't understand that, candidly. I thought we had gone past that, but apparently not. So I would encourage you again to take that up tonight. Again, hopefully vote unanimously to go back to the 1 acre, more streamlined, more efficient process. I have heard from clients who are assembling parcels downtown that that is going to be a hardship, and it seems a completely needless one. Last point, this notion of ARB approval prior to the AA raised some initial concerns. I think my clients are getting a little more comfortable with it. I appreciate the staff change that says if 1 ARB hearing has been held and plans have been submitted to the city in response to the ARB, that staff may issue the administrative approval, assuming all the code compliance review issues are resolved. A small but important change that would give a lot of certainty to developers who want that AA at that advanced stage. I would encourage you to change that may to a shall. In other words, have it not be discretionary, that sometimes staff can issue an AA based on where the process is at in terms of ARB review and plan submittal, but that if one ARB hearing has been held and revised plans have been submitted and the AA is otherwise ready to go, the AA must be issued. I think that will help provide certainty and get that entitlement issued sooner rather than later, which will only help for production and encouraging streamlined processing. So please take a look at those three issues. The tiered thing downtown is actually a really big deal. Appreciate your attention to the correspondence and my comments tonight. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rand, I at least have a question for you, and I see Commissioner Lambert has a question, so let me start with her first.
Dave, my impression, and actually I'm pretty convinced of it as well, is that a 20% inclusionary requirement does not work for smaller projects. If we change that such that rather than reinstituting the tier process, the tier program, if we just basically applied a smaller inclusionary number to smaller projects to be defined, would that satisfy your concerns?
I mean, I'd have to see it. I'm not really sure that I understand it, Commissioner. But I guess my response to you would be, I don't know why you'd go through the hassle of reinventing something new and amending the housing element when that's essentially what the tiered structure does. And those prior tiered heights and FARs tailored to the affordable requirements worked. I mean, the feedback I got is they worked. And so I don't know why we would break something or try to fix something that wasn't broken. So maybe you're onto something, but I just don't know. But you know, why bother with reinventing the wheel?
I'm just saying, if no one wants the tier system back, if we say, for example, that we have 50% inclusionary requirements for what were tier one, we define that size of a project.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to call it something else and say, you know, smaller projects within the single tier that have reduced FARs and reduced height have a reduced affordable component, and then you would allow the ability to density bonus on top of those baseline standards, then yeah, that could work, and that's basically the tiered system by another name.
I'm just saying, if we don't bring tiers back, that would be an alternative.
So, I mean, it's the same concept. So I think potentially it could. If you don't want to call them tiers, call them levels.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me ask a question. I believe part of our desire to get rid of the tier system downtown had to do with for housing projects, because I think they're still there for non-housing projects, related to the fact there was a concern that you would have to be able to allow density bonus off of each tier. Assuming that was the argument, do you have a response to that?
Well, I guess my response, Commissioner, is I don't know why that's a concern. I don't know why you wouldn't want to allow density bonus on each tier. I think the reality is it's sort of a false premise, because once you get up to the higher tier levels, particularly the 4.084 feet, where now based on the upzoning, most of the downtown where the housing projects are being proposed, those are the standards. You're not going to get density bonus requests, because to achieve greater envelope, you're going to push the project into type 1 steel or all concrete construction. And we just haven't seen any appetite for that amongst our clients, the vast majority of them. So the reality is the density bonus benefits are going to be applicable and useful at the lower tier level. Once you get to the higher tier levels, you're just not going to see it, because I don't think you're going to see much high-rise construction proposed in the downtown. So I don't think it's a problem really to worry about, but hey, if somebody wanted to expand the envelope and do more units in the downtown, is that anything but a good thing? I mean, from my vantage point, it's positive. So I don't think it's something that the commission should be scared about, or certainly not a reason for the commission to run in belatedly amend the housing element and eliminate potentially feasible projects in the interest of a concern that I don't think really is a concern in the practical sense.
Okay, thank you very much for that response. Commissioners, are there any other questions for Mr. Rand? Not seeing any. Well, thank you for your time, and we'll move on to our next caller.
Thank you.
Last four digits, 8068, you're now in the meeting and you will have 3 minutes for your comment. If you could please state your full name and then proceed.
Hi, my name is Jason Mastbaum. I'm calling because I'm deeply concerned about this attempt by 3 planning commissioners to back out of the commitments we made in our housing element. They're opening a gigantic can of worms with this proposal, which cynically conflates AFFH and neighborhood retail. So, 1, deferring the rezoning exposes the city to the risk of being out of housing element compliance, and only finding that out once it's too late to avoid triggering a new builder readiness window. But doing the rezoning now and then downzoning only if HCD gives us permission is also very risky. Because 2, even if HCD says yes, we're not immune to lawsuits over this. California Code 65587A2 says that not just the Attorney General, but private entities can sue over downzoning. This is not just some hypothetical possibility either. The group Californians for Homeownership has already sued 9 cities over housing element issues. 3rd, even if HCD says yes and nobody sues us, the downzoning would run into SB 330's rules about downzoning. And furthermore, simply swapping the capacity to other areas will not guarantee we solve the AFFH issues here. And 4th, what makes this truly absurd is that even if HCD says yes, nobody sues us, and all the SB 330 issues are addressed, AB 2011 is going to upzone all these areas anyhow. So in conclusion, why are the commissioners trying to back out of our housing element commitments when it's going to simultaneously expose the city to massive legal risk and waste everybody's time when AB 2011 is going to make all of this moot anyhow? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see one question for you.
I have a question for you. Are you aware that SB 330's downzoning prohibition applies to ordinances that were in effect in 2018? So we would not be downzoning if we left it as it is, because this was the zoning in 2018.
Okay, so like I said, even if SB 330 isn't an issue, we're still going to get sued over this.
Okay.
We're still going to get sued over this, and AB 2011 is going to do all of this anyhow.
All right. Thank you for answering her question. I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for your time tonight. Letter to us, and we'll move on to the next caller.
Last 4 digits, 3267. You are now in the meeting, and you will have 3 minutes for your comment. Could you please state your full name and then proceed?
Hello, this is Jason Perry. Is my audio coming through okay?
Yes, Mr. Perry. Nice to hear your voice.
All right. Hello. Yeah, good evening, Chair Reese and planning commissioners. I am a Sunset Park resident, and I'm calling in as vice chair of the Board of Trustees at New Road School. And I'd like to begin my comments by acknowledging that your focus in this whole effort is appropriately housing, not schools. But I'll also share with you a bit about New Roads, what the housing-related changes that you're considering would mean for us, and how changes to the parking regs and the review process can help us. New Roads was founded in Santa Monica in 1995, and as I understand it, in the early days, the school shared space with the Santa Monica Boys and Girls Club on Lincoln Boulevard. But for the past 20 plus years now, the school has made 3131 Olympic its home. In 2011, the school built the Moss Theater and has worked to make itself a cultural and educational resource to the Santa Monica community, including partnering with the school district and college on projects serving the community. New Roads has evolved, and with state housing mandates, our neighborhood apparently will have to evolve too. As we said in our letter to you, we expect that the proposed upzoning of the mixed-use creative district will lead to negative impacts on the school. And in that letter, we put forward our ideas for changes to parking and development standards that would help the school adapt to and compensate for a temporarily disturbed and radically altered environment. These ideas are based on our exploration of how the school could redevelop or expand to nearby properties. The parking-related requests we are making stem from our observation that nearby properties, true to their industrial past, are predominantly a building with surface parking. There's little to no open space that isn't already claimed by parking. For adaptive reuse of a nearby building, a school would need to find a way to convert that parking area to landscape spaces that serve as connections to nature for educators and students. Our proposals ask for your help in achieving that. We've also made requests to streamline the city process for schools in the mixed-use creative district. These proposals reflect how meaningful predictability, processing speed, and cost can be to a school like ours, and acknowledge that any changes we'd make would pale in comparison to what is likely to be happening around us. I thank you for hearing and considering our request.
Jim, I think you're muted there.
I'm sorry. Do we have any questions? And not seeing any, I will thank former Commissioner Perry, and we will discuss these later. We'll move on to our next caller.
Last four digits, 5209. You are now in the meeting, and you will have 3 minutes for your comment. Could you?
Good evening, Commissioners. It's Ken Kutcher from Harding, Larmer, Kutcher, and Kozel. And I'd like to begin by echoing Dave Rand's comment with respect to the development review threshold in the downtown. Like Mr. Rand, I'm concerned, and I believe the Commission has already weighed in on this, that there's a lower threshold in the downtown for review of housing projects by the administrative approval process than there is outside the downtown, and that doesn't make much policy sense to us. This is an area where housing should be encouraged and has been for quite some time as a priority area for new housing development, and we think the 90,000 square foot threshold for DR review that's expressed in attachment B, which is the red line of the DCP, should be altered up to at least the 1 acre threshold that is applying in citywide outside the downtown. My next comment, and I'm going to be like a broken record on this, but I have the temerity to again bring up timetables. One has to do with the timetable for acting on a state density bonus application, and state law actually requires that the city set forth a timetable for review of those applications and requests. And at this point, the red lines do not reflect such a timetable, and I think that's legally required and needs to be addressed. Related to that is an AA approval timetable. That's something that I know the Commission has discussed several times, faced resistance from city staff, but I continue to encourage that there should be a timetable established for acting on AA applications. They can languish for quite some time. I'm familiar with one application that's coming up on a year now. I also like to address ADUs, and in particular, a state requirement with respect to ADU law, and that has to do with attached ADUs in proposed multifamily projects. And that does not seem to be addressed in the red lines. I'm looking at page 181, and it seems to me that a section C needs to be added to make it clear that per state law, you can do an attached ADU in a proposed multifamily project. A couple of additional random comments. Landscaping. Oh, this is the site on page 181. I'm sorry. Landscaping, the staff level review threshold is only 750 square feet. I think that threshold can be and should be greater. That's a very small amount of landscaping that staff can approve. And when there are changes to landscaping, it seems to me that staff should have the ability to make those kinds of reviews to a much greater degree than 750 square feet. I think to make it user-friendly, it would be good for the zoning ordinance to have some reference to the mapping of 1/2 mile radius from major transit stops so that applicants can find that more easily. That could be a link, if not embedding the map in the ordinance itself. I'd like to mention, which I've mentioned in the past, the potential ability to have a transfer of development rights for designated landmarks. That's something that we've certainly raised and there's some support for, but has not been addressed. And lastly, on page 186 in the HPP, it seems to me that it would make sense to also exempt structures of merit that are retained in new projects, just the way that designated landmarks are, or historic contributing structures in historic districts are. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Landris?
I'm more interested. I'm not sure how to ask this question, but the previous caller as well, it kind of raises this question. Staff, I know is, I mean, does staff have a response to any of this? We have a number of letters from Mr. Kutcher. We have the letter from Mr. Perry. We have the letter from Mr. Koenig. I have no idea if he's on the call. I think we're going to probably, I would be surprised if we didn't hear from Ms. Larmar. I'm just wondering whether staff has had a chance to go through these and if there are responses to these items. And if so, should we hear them now or later, or how are these?
I think appropriately, we should wait till public comment is done and then have them respond to these issues. But that does mean that we actually have to note them down, remind ourselves, and ask staff about it. But I think that would be the typical path.
Great. Okay. And then I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your comments. We'll move on to the next caller.
There are no other callers in the queue.
Great. Okay. With that, we can ask staff clarifying questions. I want to ask the commission, do you guys want to take a short break at 7:02? Seeing at least one thumbs up for that. I see 2 thumbs up. So let's go ahead and take a 7-minute break. Let's come back at 7:10, and let's make sure that we actually collected all of our callers. Because I think I'm surprised that we don't have a couple more callers in the queue there.
And as we're heading into the break, just in order to not overwhelm, I would love to have responses from staff to some of these more extensive list-like letters. And I recognize that might not happen immediately. So I want to make sure they have time to, tell us what they can tell us now and then maybe give us a time frame for responding over the next week.
Great. Okay. Okay, so it's 7:03 on my clock, so let's come back at 7:10. Thank you very much. All right, one more of us and we'll get moving.
All right, I'm here.
Okay. Ooh, I don't see you yet, but I hear you. So let's move. Well, there you go. Okay, so staff, we're going to move forward. Do we really have, was that the end of our callers, or do we have any more callers before we move on to questions?
We did receive one more call.
Commissioner, do we have any problem with hearing this caller since we've already, okay. Then let's hear from the caller. Thank you very much.
Last four digits, 1463. You are now in the meeting and you will have 3 minutes for your comment. If you could.
Good evening, Commission. Paula Larmore, Harding Larmor, Kutcher and Kozel. Thank you to this Commission and the staff for your continued work effort on this important project. I submitted an email to you yesterday with a working list of comments on the current draft, but we'll focus on one new important item. There has been a lot of attention on housing projects, minimum 2/3 residential. But it's important to consider that there are sites where it is not feasible to do a housing project meeting this definition, despite that the process would be streamlined and the project would be protected by the state's Housing Accountability Act. But it may be feasible to do a project that includes housing, including a meaningful amount of housing. Thus, it's important to consider how the changes to the code impact these projects as well. One key issue that I just recently realized is that with the increase of the base affordable housing obligation from 5 or 10% to 15% will result in Tier 2 projects outside of the downtown having an affordable obligation of 22.5% going forward. 22.5 is because currently Tier 2 projects require 50% more affordable housing than required by the HPP. We're very concerned this is not feasible and will be a disincentive or barrier to adding housing. Since the 22.5% is substantially higher than the safe harbor 15% inclusionary requirement for the government code and higher than what is required in the downtown, where prior studies have shown usually would support a higher affordable percentage compared with the rest of the city, we request that the Commission direct staff to analyze the feasibility of the 22.5%, and we assume a reduction of the 50% more standard for Tier 2 will be required in light of the increase of the base HPP requirement. Also critical is implementation of state density bonus law in relationship to projects that include housing but are not a minimum of 2/3 residential. State density bonus law applies to any project that has at least 5 units of housing. This is termed a housing development under state density bonus law. There is no difference in state density bonus law between projects that include a minimum of 2/3 residential and those that do not. With this in mind, there are 3 changes necessary for consistency with state density bonus law. First, density bonus must be applied on top of the maximum development standards, which outside of the downtown is Tier 3. State law is clear that if there's a range of density, the bonus must be applied on top of the maximum allowable. And I will just say that Mr. Rand's comments about why it wouldn't happen in practice to apply density bonus on top of Tier 3 in the downtown are a whole different picture than Tier 2 housing projects outside of the downtown, because the standards are very different. The second and third items is that any affordable housing units required by the city, including those in both Chapter 9.23, which is community benefits, and Chapter 9.10, downtown, should count towards both a density bonus, meaning be considered very low income for both the density bonus application and the incentive concession. The red lines currently count affordable units required by the HPP, but it does not yet reference these other 2 chapters. All affordable units counted by the city should count as very low income for density bonus and for incentive concessions. We also recommended 2 changes to the parking requirements to incentivize or at least remove hurdles to adding as much residential as possible in projects that don't qualify as capital H, capital P housing projects. The first is eliminating minimum parking requirements for multiple unit dwellings throughout the city in all non-residential districts, including in projects where they don't qualify as housing projects. And the second is for projects that involve the redevelopment of surface parking that's required for an on-site use allowing the planning director to grant more than a 25% reduction of existing parking based on a parking demand study. The 25% is an arbitrary number, and there may be larger parking lots that have code-required parking but are very underutilized, and current demand supports only 50% or 40% usage of the parking. Thus, the city should have the flexibility to allow removal of excess unnecessary parking to make way for projects that include housing. Thank you.
We have a couple of questions for you right off the bat. I see Commissioner Lander's hand first and then Lambert.
So, okay, so I guess this is the part where we're jumping into territory unknown. But you made an interesting comment about the distinction between housing projects and housing. And we started a conversation right through questions earlier about feasibility. Does your reading of state law require that housing projects be feasible everywhere, or that housing be feasible everywhere? And if the latter, what would satisfy in your mind the requirement? Because you've spent a lot of time, and when you and I spoke on the earlier this week, you were highlighting quite a number of areas where you felt that housing as an additional use was perhaps even a larger opportunity than on some sites than housing as a whole project.
Thanks, Commissioner. I don't have a citation to state law, and I can research it, because my argument on the feasibility isn't that state law is compelling that in non-housing projects. It's really about we should be incentivizing them as a policy perspective and needing to meet the regional housing needs, and in light of our regional and statewide housing crisis, that if there is an opportunity to provide housing, even if we can't go all the way to 2/3, we should be giving every incentive to people to try to include as much housing as possible.
And in terms of your specific issues right now, do you feel that we are adequately incentivizing housing relative to housing projects? I mean, it sounds like you don't, but I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
Yeah. I mean,
can you give us an understanding of like what kind of project you're talking about, right? Like, help us visualize that.
Sure. I think all of you would say probably in most scenarios you'd prefer the housing project, the big H, the big P housing project. But in certain circumstances, and we've seen these where you have a commercial use, an office use that's profitable, but it's like an older suburban scenario, and it's not going to turn over. You're not going to take down the profitable commercial office building, even though it's ugly and outdated. It's still profitable. Take it offline, go through all the risks for a 5% or less return, like the merchant builder model. So those sites, instead of turning over to housing projects, you're just getting the status quo, and they're older, so they're not, getting any of the new TDM requirements for traffic demand management. So my point is, on those sites, and I've talked to a few owners now that, Paul, we just can't do it. It doesn't make financial sense for us to do it, but we do want to do housing. But as it's drafted, this whole code is there to facilitate housing projects and really hasn't thought about what about if we want to add housing in a non-housing project. And so that's where I'm saying we've put up a lot of barriers to tell those owners that the signals in our code are kind of like either do an all commercial project or do a housing project, or, we just want you to stay status quo. And I think what I've heard from this commission from a policy perspective over the years is that you would like them to do as much as they can, right? So why wouldn't we try to remove barriers and incentivize them to do as much as they can?
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Lambert, I believe you had your hand up too.
Yeah, I just want to clarify what I think I heard you say, Paula. The 22.5% inclusionary requirement would apply to tier 2 projects that are non-housing projects as we define housing projects, right?
Yeah, and I honestly, like, that light bulb just went off in my head over the weekend, because I'm very aware with the 50% markup, right? That's required of tier 2 projects, but I hadn't yet thought about, oh my gosh, we're increasing the base to 15%. And so I hope I'm doing my math right. I think 50% more than 15 is the 22.5.
And my impression from our conversation this morning is if you have someone who's going to build a commercial building, we want to incentivize that person to include some housing, even if it's not defined as a housing project, correct?
Correct. And I think you also have to consider, like, a project. There could be a site where it might be that there's one building that you all would think of as a housing project because it's, you know, it's housing above the ground floor and, you know, retail on the bottom floor, but it shares a parking garage with another building that's a commercial building. And so in total, that's not going to qualify as a housing project. So again, you know, all the feasibility analyses are done based on a very, you know, typical site in Santa Monica, but we have some fairly atypical situations, especially now that we're adding housing in the industrial conservation and the office campus district.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other callers?
Yes,
okay.
we received.
Oh, I'm sorry. We did get one?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Let's hear from them.
Last four digits, 1971. You are now in the meeting, and we'll have 3 minutes for your call. We were having an echo.
It shares a parking garage, other building.
Your device.
Okay, I can still hear people talking. So
you need to please turn off whatever device you're listening to our meeting on. Or turn down at least.
Especially now that we're adding housing, industrial conservation, and office.
Thank you. You are now in the meeting, and you will have 3 minutes for your comment. If you could please state your full name.
My name is David Hibbert. I'm principal of DFH Architects at 1544 20th Street, Santa Monica. Compared to the other things that you're discussing, this might seem like a little thing, but I'm still smarting over the fact that we have designed and entitled a project next to the Bergamot Station, done all the construction drawings and permit ready, and yet it's not feasible to build it because the numbers don't work. And the numbers don't work because it's a high-rise, and it's a high-rise because we put an equivalent amount of open space to what was required in the Bergamot standards on the roof. And unlike the city of Los Angeles, the city of Santa Monica decided that that counted as a floor, which made us a high-rise, and this is what's made the project infeasible. And I was disappointed to see when I went through the standards that were published as part of this meeting that the open space standards and primary open space of 6,000 square feet is still in there. And it's billed as a flexible standard, but you have to make an argument for some kind of equivalency. And so it's, you know, it's I don't know what that means. So I think that should be eliminated. Bergamot should have the same open space standards as the rest of the city.
Okay, fair message. Do we have any questions related to that? I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you, Mr. Hibbert, for your comment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
There are no other callers in the queue.
No other callers. Great. All right, commissioners, it's now time for us to ask staff, and I'm going to go with Commissioner Lambert, but I know Commissioner Landers, you had a bunch of questions you wanted to get staff to.
I have a bunch of questions, and actually I'd kind of organize my input based on the red line, so I don't know if that's what we're going to end up doing or not. But I have a couple of questions. One is, this is to Heidi. SB 478 dictates the minimum FAR for housing projects up to 10 units. And you've accounted for that in the red lines. I think you put 1.25 as the FAR for 8 to 10 unit projects. But SB 478 also says that the FAR cannot be less than 1.0 for projects that are 3 to 7 units. And nevertheless, we still have a 50% lot coverage in R2. So are we going to fix that?
I'm actually going to turn this over to staff to explain the technical changes that they made to the code to comply to SB 478, but I believe that we did account for that requirement as well.
Yeah, that's correct. This is Ross. So for units or developments between 3 and 7 units, that is why we upped the parcel coverage to 50%, which would guarantee them a 1.0 FAR. And then in kind of the side note, we handled the 8 to 10 units by saying they would be guaranteed 1.25 FAR.
Isn't 50% a 0.5 FAR?
So, but it's 50% on each floor. So they're allowed 2 floors, so 50 and 50 would get them to a 1. Yeah.
I understand. Okay, that explains it. The other question I have is the saying that if someone complies with the 555 of AHPP, we will consider those all very low income units for the purpose of the full density bonus. Do I understand that right?
Yeah, we didn't write it just as very low income because, we were just anticipating what if state density bonus law changes. So we said, whatever gets you the greatest, benefit in terms of bonus or incentives or concession. So, today it's very low income. They might, we just don't know, what if that changes to something else in the future? So we didn't want to preclude that. But, as in terms of implementation now, it would be read as if it would, the units were all very low income.
So as I'm understanding it, you could do 5% very low, 5% low, 5% moderate, and the city would consider that a full 15% very low income project.
That's right.
Right, okay.
Yeah, right.
So that would be subject basically to the whims of the city council, right? If they decide to change their minds in 2 years, that wouldn't be there anymore.
Why would it change in 2 years?
Oh, I don't know. They never change their minds.
It's like anything in the zoning code, they could change it.
Yeah, exactly. I guess my big issue, Jing, is it was so no one's going to do a 15% very low if you could do this 555. You'd be an idiot to do that. So I just kind of harken back to the West Hollywood letter, which made it pretty clear that moderate income should not displace very low income. The HCD's point was that very low income is really a major objective of the state density bonus program. So how would they look at this? Because we're disincentivizing 15% very low.
Well, I think that, what it is that we were looking at this as a way to achieve the city's objectives and also, not preclude the use, preclude an applicant from accessing, I guess, the full benefits of state density bonus law. So, this is the policy, again, decision, that the council, this is what has been discussed in terms of having units across the split because we have, allocations at the moderate income level as well, and to try and produce units at all levels. So this allows the city to continue its local policy objective, but also, affords the applicant the benefits allowed under state density bonus law.
That's not my question. My question is, how do you think the state's going to look at this? Because basically we're disincentivizing very low income.
I don't think that's not in their, that wasn't in their guidance or what we understood in their guidance anyways, in terms of not being allowed to do this. It was really about how to sync up, your local inclusionary requirements with state density bonus law. So we don't believe that this would be inconsistent with state density bonus.
I guess we'll see. But I have a bunch of questions, but I have one. Yes?
Before you get off that topic, I have a related question, if I could just jump in.
Sure.
So does that, I like the way you've done that. I think that's a successful way of trying to get people the incentives they need to build, and I like spreading the incomes out. But does that apply across the board? So if it's not a density bonus case, or if it's just if it's an AHP project or it's community benefits, do they all get to get that benefit, or is it only related to projects that are filing for density bonus?
I'm going to have probably Heidi jump in on that one.
So let me just make sure I understand the question. Are you asking whether or not density bonus incentives or concessions would, because I think we're only kind of discussing this in the context of density bonus. The council direction was to keep the HPP split across the 3 income levels. The issue came up with respect to that potential issue under state law that would not give you the maximum state density bonus incentives or concessions. So the way we tried to sync it up was to change our local laws so that you get the maximum under state density bonus law. But I think if you're not asking for density bonus, you would still just be subject to the AHPP split. Is that correct, Jing? Maybe I'm not answering the right question.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm articulating it properly. I guess I was concerned that somehow if I had a community benefit project where I had to do affordable and it was spread out through these different incomes, could I get incentives like it's a very low income? But that probably is not a good question because I only get the incentives through density bonus. And so I would be filing a density bonus. But I just want to make sure that being able to combine those to 3 to 15% very low applies in all situations where we're asking for affordable housing in the city.
Yes. I believe so.
Okay, I'd like to just
I have a couple more quick questions. If 555 applies to, if 555 applies across the board, what was Paula referring to with a 22.5% density? How does that interact? The 22.5% for non-housing projects.
So I'll say a couple things about density bonus, and then staff may want to jump in. But so generally, I think my understanding of Ms. Larmore's comments, which are new to staff and the commission, is that there is a concern about projects that provide housing, however much that is somehow less than the 2/3 that we have been discussing these past few years. So because the community benefits chapter requires an extra 50% increase in AHPP requirements for tier 2 projects, that's where the 22.5% comes from. And the increase came, but again, since tiers are proposed to be eliminated throughout the city, with the exception of the downtown, which has been a slightly different discussion, but that's also a different AHPP, right? So that's where that question came from.
Okay, then my final question, and it kind of goes across the board, is what was the rationale for giving a density bonus, whatever the size of the project, using tier 1 as the base?
Okay, so that goes back to the discussion we had earlier where there were those questions about that are subject to litigation, as you know, about the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 application of state density bonus law that we have taken in those comments and we are reviewing them. So that's where we are with that.
Okay, but I read it that that's also the way you're going to compute the moderate income housing overlay district density bonus. Is that correct? Using tier 1? The base number of units would be from tier 1. And whatever the size of the moderate income housing project, you're going to base the density bonus on that rather than the size.
I'm not sure we're understanding. You're talking about within the moderate housing overlay?
Right. If you have a 6-story moderate, it will never happen, but if you have a 6-story moderate income or 5-story moderate income housing project, and they would be entitled to a density bonus that's greater than that which would be applied to tier 1, they don't get it. That's the way I read the red lines.
I don't think I'm understanding.
I think. Well, how would you calculate the density bonus on a moderate income?
Well, that's just there's only one standard, so it would still be based on the base density.
Right, and the base density is what is
so
the
this
base?
goes back to our local bonus, which we are offering the 50% extra density bonus off of the tier 1.
What I thought.
Oh, actually, sorry. There's no more tiers, so.
No, but a comparable size of tier 1. That's even if the moderate income housing project were larger, you would still base the density bonus on whatever tier 1 or whatever we call it in the future, that size of a project.
Well, it would just be off of the maximum allowable density. That's within
tier
whatever
one?
zone that
No,
is.
there's only
Whatever the zone the moderate income housing project's in.
to qualify as an MHO project, you have to, by definition, it's a housing project.
Right.
Like globally, it's a housing project. You couldn't have an MHO project that would be subject to a tier system, as proposed in the red lines.
Okay. So how do you calculate the density bonus on such a project?
So if for example, if the moderate housing project was in the MUB and the MUB was 3.25, it would be how many units you get off of the 3.25. Let's say you get 100 units, it would be 50% more units of the 100, so it would be 150 units.
I got it. And then this is probably for discussion, but I know you guys put in your staff report something about allowing those density bonus units to be market rate if it's necessarily. Do you think that would violate the housing element?
Well, I think we were presenting a policy question.
Right, right.
It's inconsistent with council's discussions on this. I don't believe the housing element states that they all have to be moderate income.
That answers my question. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Okay, commissioners, let's take a step back for a second. Let's talk about process. Because I think, I was hoping that people would have comments to the red lines and we would go through the red lines and try to pick those off. I do see there's some bigger issue questions right now that I know Commissioner Landers is trying to get answers to. So I would like to do a little bit of question and answer with staff, but I'm hoping that we can get to pretty quickly to going through each of the red lines and offering up commission comments on the red lines. Is that a path forward that people can live with? Okay, Commissioner Landers, why don't you go ahead and tee us up for some of the bigger questions. You're muted. Sean, you're muted.
Okay, so what I think I want to do here is kind of flag some of the emails that we received and find out whether staff has or is prepared to have responses to them. And I want to group them not by email, right, but by kind of type of note, because from a number of different folks, there were emails that basically said, hey, I am, looking through what you've done and I've found this inconsistency or this possible typo, or, did you realize that this is what you're doing? Like with the 22.5% that we just heard about from Heidi. So in general, I think it would be really helpful because this is obviously our first big, this is the moment. And also recognizing that we will have a post-approval bucket list, inevitably. I'm wondering where staff is in general on these questions. And then I have two other kind of buckets of questions that I'm going to ask as a bucket. I just want to try to get through these fast so that we don't have to belabor each individual point. So let me start with that big question, which is, staff, kind of Jing and Heidi, where are you in looking at the letters that we got over the last couple of days, particularly from the lawyers on the policy questions? I'm going to come back on the project specific questions later.
Do you have kind of like particular categories you're interested in? You're sort of kind of generally.
Well, Mr. Kutcher and Ms. Lorimer had a series of questions and some of Hank Koning's emails were basically saying, hey, here, and here, we think that there's some missing language or it needs this kind of clarification. Commissioner Lambert was getting at some of this, but I'm just at a big level. I would, rather than belabor the points tonight, I would much rather see if you can get us answers before the first. Sort of trying to catastrophize here.
Some of these things we want. There's like big questions, I think.
Right.
Like in the DCP, didn't we vote to say that we wanted the streamlining throughout the entire project, and we have
Exactly.
90,000
Right.
came back? Is that
Right.
is that a mistake, or is that truly the path you guys want to go down, and that's just not one of the conflicts that you? So that would be one right off the bat.
That would be an example, right? That would be an example where they're catching, and I can go through it question by question, but I just don't think it's a great use of our time.
So, I mean, I think we can address some things, but not all, and it's a little hard to go like point by point through these without knowing specifically what it is that's jumping out at you. But in terms of so that actually would be more helpful. We've also had these letters for, some of them came in at like 4:30 p.m. So,
Right, which is why I'm sort of saying, can we put some of some of them maybe you have thoughts, but some of them can we put aside, and then I would flag.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just note, like, if we're just going to talk generally.
Yeah.
There are comments in here that are just fully outside the scope of the ROI or even any of this discussion. They just to be mindful. The amendments can't be, everything that's wrong with the code, right? That's not the scope of the discussion here.
Right.
So for those, those are noted, and, that will be subject to some future zoning ordinance update process when we have the time to do that. That's just generally speaking that there are some comments that might fall into that bucket. I think we heard, some of the easy ones I can think of. We heard about the half mile from transit, I think, in the public comment. We have a GIS layer. That's a very hard thing to codify in the code because it does change on occasion. So we have a GIS layer that, we're creating to do that. I don't think it's appropriate to put that in the code. In terms of I think there was a question about, about timelines. We actually did write in the staff report that's instead of being in the ordinance, those would be in administrative guidelines, more appropriately because it's sort of like procedure or process, as opposed to ordinance. There was a question about attached ADUs. We just disagree. We don't believe that's supported by either state law or HCD's handbook on ADU implementation.
So let me jump in on that one because there are two different letters here, and it goes to a separate question that I have where I think some clarity would be helpful. So I think it was Ken Kutcher who asked about the attached ADU, and then there's an email from Ralph Metcher about ADU attachments. He also asked about impact fees, which, I would say I'm not sure we're covering, but it's a concern.
I have to admit, I don't think I've seen that. That letter, so I'm not familiar.
Okay.
With that.
John, I'm not sure that this is very
No,
effective.
it's not. It's not helping. Then let me go back. So then let me go to the two other questions, and I'll ask them both at once. So the first one is we received a couple of emails that implied, and one was from Hank Koenig, one was from Bob Taylor, and one was from Ralph Metcher, if I'm understanding correctly, if I read them correctly, that seemed to suggest that the rules of the game would be changing for one or another projects based on the work that we are undertaking right now. And so can you tell us, and it may be different for the different emails, what happens to a project that is underway if the rules change mid-process? What rules apply? Does SB 330 vest certain projects with a preliminary application?
Yeah, so I mean, to an extent, an applicant filed a preliminary SB 330 application, then went on to file the formal application. What they're electing to do is to avail themselves of the, protections under SB 330 to vest the, local standards that were in effect at the time they filed that preliminary application. So even if the city changed regulations, after, the filing of that preliminary application, it wouldn't apply to that project. So that would be the case of, applicants who have elected to, use the SB 330 path. With respect to, just other projects in general, that really speaks to applicability of like new standards. We have experience with this, like when we adopt a new plan or, with the 2015 zoning ordinance update, right? There was sort of, there's an applicability clause about, how does it reach back, to projects that are in process. There are different ways to vest. There's obviously SB 330, there's, vesting maps. There may be just other ways. And so, we would generally in the adoption ordinance, it sort of speaks to like, does this apply to things going forward? I would say generally as a rule, right, it's like applications deemed complete after whatever, a certain date going forward. But it's, a bit unusual to see it reach back. But to the extent someone files an SB 330 project, they are subject to those standards, that were in effect at the time they filed the preliminary application.
Okay. And then, thank you. That is helpful. And then my last bucket of questions, I may come back later, but I do want to point you to Hank Koning's letter. And the reason that I'm bringing it up is that he raises two issues which I think are worthy of reflection. He raises a number of issues, many of which I imagine you can just look at and, give us recommendations on. But he has some worries about the ground floor frontages, moving them from active commercial requirements to pedestrian-oriented design requirements. He does have a mid-project concern about that, so I want to name it and don't want to get in. I don't know nothing about that project, but he also does raise a question about slope, where in the staff presentation you said there were no changes to the red lines around slope, and so I wanted to flag that in case we did need to take another look at that. He also, and then there are a few other points later on which we could look at in discussion by red line. I'm okay doing that.
Okay. Anybody else have any other big questions before we go into red lines? Jing, I threw this out there, so I'd like to let's talk about that downtown issue of the 90,000 versus the consistent streamlining throughout the city. Seems to me that we voted on that, or that the commission was supportive of that we have a consistent streamlining throughout the city. But the 90,000 is still in the red line.
Yeah, so the 90,000 was actually a threshold that was adopted by the city council by resolution. So it's not an interim standard or what have you, like the DCP process. The threshold, the application thresholds was actually changed such that formally, if you recall, tier 3 projects downtown would have been subject to a development agreement, and the city council voted in, I think it was like early, I'm not remembering right now, it was 2020 or something, or something like that, to change, or was it summer 2020, to change
basically you're saying you want to go with council's recommendation over our recommendation. Is that
well, I think part of the issue is that we were not viewing that as a policy question or a policy change, because council had already established that, and it wasn't something that was proposed to be changed. We will check our notes on that again, of course, and clearly if you remember that was the recommendation of the commission. Apologies if we missed it. We did look at like the 1 acre issue. If it was a 1 acre threshold, it would cover hardly any properties in downtown, almost, that would be eligible. So effectively it's, not really a threshold. I think in the move towards removing tiers from the downtown, all we did was retain, that 90,000 square foot threshold piece, because it was then consistent with prior council direction. And just so you understand, that translates to basically like a triple lot. relative to the FAR standards that are in the downtown.
Okay, well, go ahead, Commissioner Lambert.
I'm confused by this. We keep citing council direction. I mean, isn't it our role to advise the city council? They may not agree with it, but we may not agree with them. So if we recommend certain things to city council, I would assume they would get to them as recommendations from us.
No, of course your recommendations would be presented to the council. I think we were just saying that on that piece, and again, apologies if we missed that direction from the Planning Commission. That was not deliberate by any means. But this question about the 90,000, it's not a policy change, or it's actually not like a red line change, that we were proposing, because it was a decision that council had made already. It's, seen like raised.
But our decision was to make the 90,000 not be there, that it was going to be administrative approval for all projects downtown.
Yeah, and again, apologies if we missed that. That was inadvertent, if we missed that direction.
Okay, I see.
It sounds like we did from what I'm hearing. So
yeah, I'm afraid you did, but let's try to clean that up and put that on the list of things that maybe we just don't agree with, which is fine. That you don't agree with everything we say, that's fine. But let's just have that out there on the list so everyone's aware of it. Commissioner Fresco?
I'm sorry, I need to understand that. I'm still confused. So council put the 90,000 feet in 4 years ago, or in 2019, and that was like before we started the housing element, wasn't it? And
no, it was like in I want to say like summer of 2020 or something like that. It was a process change, because it was basically tier 2 projects became, it was like in line with all of the streamlining. So it was like if you were a code compliant project, you up to tier 2, you would be processed through an AA, and then subsequent to that, then there was another process change for the DCP. Again, it wasn't interim because it's a specific plan, so it took immediate effect, and it was permanent. It was to change tier 3 housing projects in downtown to process from DA to a DR. That's what it was.
But all of these things are before the housing element, and so they don't have to do with housing element implementation. So they would all be on the table again. I mean,
no, like this issue of, I guess like this issue of streamlining isn't. I'm distinguishing between like what's in the IZO, which is not the DCP resolution. So it's sort of like in addition to Program 1A, if you will. But again, apologies. It sounds like we missed that direction. I think we're clear now that, that the majority, you want that 90,000 square foot room basically taken away, and then have a 1 acre threshold, like basically have that same threshold throughout the city.
Right. And again, the concept I think behind that, Jing, is that's really where we want the housing is downtown. We want it downtown, we want it in Bergamot, and we want to make it as easy as possible for them to facilitate that.
I don't agree with the 1 acre. I may be a minority, but I don't.
No, I don't think anybody does. Well, I'm not saying, I shouldn't, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I don't think we voted on that. I think we have all, or not all, but we've expressed reservations. But that's there again, that is a clear direction from staff, and we can say we don't agree with it, but there's clear direction from council. I'm sorry.
I just think it conflicts with Program 1A, but that's my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else have any other big ticket items they want to get out right off the top? And if not, let's dive into the zoning code and kind of go through that and see if people have questions, comments on that.
One last big ticket item, just for clarity. What is staff's position on this notion about making sure, let's just take the density bonus. I know the density bonus is being litigated, but making sure that we are adequately incenting housing as a use and not simply housing projects. I think that's an interesting idea. I also think it's a big ticket item because it goes to some solutions that could be incorporated into the letter, to the extent that we might incentivize housing without necessarily incentivizing massive redevelopment in the NC.
So I think, you know, I think to staff, it feels like it's kind of it's raising a brand new policy question and direction. I think, you know, we've been working under the guise of incentivizing housing projects, maximizing as much housing as possible, throwing the greatest incentives at these, you know, what I'll just call like housing projects, you know, that are consistent with the HAA. And that has been, again, the conversation that has occurred throughout the housing element, this issue of incentivizing, you know, basically non-housing projects, not housing projects that are not defined as, are defined housing projects, is different, than what we have heard from the city council in terms of, you know, generally like the preference for housing over incentivizing more commercial uses. You know, and it's not clear to us what, you know, that it's not something that we had even modeled for feasibility, because again, the focus was really about, you know, these like predominantly like mixed use housing projects, which is, you know, I don't think have a recent development history of other kinds of projects that propose, you know, some housing, because again, the direction was to like incentivize housing projects over commercial development. So I think it's kind of a new idea. I guess is what I'm saying. It's not what we've been working under.
Yeah, and I think a good example of that is something like the business park. You know, we have a lot of capacity there to put housing, but there's no way they're going to get to the 66% square footage of housing to get to become a housing project. And I agree, it is a new issue, but it seems like it's going to be somewhat important because we get a lot of capacity out of it. But, you know, so maybe we can't deal with that today, but to the extent of maybe we do have things on parking that maybe we can touch on that would help the situation like that. And we can talk about that more. Parking. I see Commissioner Fresco with her hand up. Commissioner Fresco.
I think I agree with what Jing just said, that we really have been focusing on housing projects because the idea is to get the most bang for our buck, and we're trying to make it as delicious as possible for people to build, you know, projects in downtown at full capacity with the full complement of inclusionary units. And that has always been our focus. And this idea of, I mean, it's a complete reversal to say, oh, well, now we're going to incentivize non-housing projects that have a lot of office, and that's like a whole different thing. And so I don't think we're in any position to discuss that now, and I would really be very, very uncomfortable in making such a big move today or, you know, so quickly. But one thing that we might ask staff to do is to look at this idea only in the context of some of our industrial zones that didn't formerly allow housing, and see if there's a feasibility factor that we missed that could make it so there were no projects. So we're not incentivizing those projects over the real housing projects that have the full affordability and inclusionary complement, but that we're making sure we have the feasibility we need in the commercial zones. You see what I'm saying? That would be my thought, but I don't know the answer.
I think the big takeaway from what I heard you say, Commissioner Fresco, is this is a new issue that it's a little late in the game to be adding this into the mix.
I think when we do things on the fly, they're bad. They come out badly.
Can I just respond to that?
Hold on. I saw Commissioner Lambert first, and then I saw Tolkien, and then Landers. So Lambert first.
I don't think Paula was suggesting we incentivize commercial development. I think she was saying if they're going to do commercial development anyway, That's incentivized housing as a component of that project.
Yeah, I don't think she was saying commercial development either. I think she was
Right.
talking about a project that has commercial today, and if you add in residential, it's not as. We're not focusing on that right now, and we didn't for a reason, so because we hadn't thought about it. Okay, so I think it was Commissioner Tolkien was next. You're muted, sir. Commissioner Tolkien, you're muted.
Sorry, are we talking about adaptive reuse? I have an office building. I want to turn part of it into housing. I mean,
no, we're not right now. I mean, we're not specifically right now. We are talking about the concept of a site that has commercial, and that if it puts housing on there, it doesn't get the benefits of a quote unquote housing project because it has commercial square footage. So it is, in a way, we're talking about commercial, but it's an issue that we as a commission have not focused on. And while it could be helpful to build our housing, I don't think we're in any position right now to make changes to our zoning code or our housing element to incentivize that. I think if this gets into one of those, the bucket list that Sean said, that and when we get done with the zoning code, as soon as we approve it, we're going to think, oh, we should do X, Y, and Z to make it better.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Landers.
Yeah. So just to respond in particular to Commissioner Fresco, I totally hear that. And to Jing's point about, okay, this is new. I absolutely hear that. I think, I want to say one thing and make a separate request along the lines of what the chair just said. So the thing that makes me frustrated is that, my impression of the way that the state is forcing policy to be made is that there is actually no tool in state law for integrating housing, commercial, open space, mobility, sustainability, the things that we're trying to do as a bucket, right? And the state doesn't care about that. We're being asked to do housing in a silo. We're being asked to, and then when it comes to displacement, sure, we can have all this affordable housing, but who can afford to shop, right? I mean, Zena Joseph's email suggested that the Bob's property is up for sale. So I'm just going to flag this for everybody. If in fact that is true, and I have no independent confirmation, you have Vaughn's going down, Gelson's going down potentially, and Bob's going down, which removes 3 major supermarkets from a 90,000 person city over in the same 3 to 5 year period. If that's not a problem, I don't know what a problem is, right? But HCD doesn't care about supermarkets. It cares about housing. And it doesn't care about housing and resilience or housing and mobility or displacement of jobs, and affordable shopping and housing, right? So forgive the rant. I'm going to put it in a bucket. You can all go down this road with me. But I'm going to stop there. My request, whether or not we send this letter to the city council, whether or not we do these things in the housing element, I believe that we need to ask the council to direct us following this work, and I get the staff is burdened, to take a look at the impact of our zoning changes on the ability to ensure that Santa Monica has a thriving economic sector, to look at commercial at all income levels, serving all categories of people, to look at how we can support legacy businesses, to look at how we can prevent commercial displacement and housing displacement. We cannot do all of this in the next 2 weeks, but if we just say, yeah, that's a nice to have, not a need to have, we're going to have a really different looking city in 5 to 10 years. And I'd really rather not say in 5 to 10 years that we coulda, shoulda, woulda. We need to make this a priority, because I'm really afraid that we're locked into a silo because of the way that HCD, frankly, and the housing element law does not know how to handle production and fair housing in a city that is 100% high resource, right? It just doesn't, these pieces don't fit together. We've got to take the time to try to cobble together some solutions. Not tonight, not in the next 2 weeks, but please in the next 12 months.
Okay, I want to bring up one other thing, which is another item which I don't think we can have the bandwidth or even the ability to touch, is former Commissioner Perry came and talked to us a little bit about design standards. I think he had two issues. Kind of one is design standards process for building schools. I'm going to assume right off the bat that's outside of the ROI, and I want to ask staff if they agree.
Yeah, so I think if I can get into that. There were some things we thought that could be addressed because they're within the context of AB 2097, and state law consistency. But I think there were some issues raised about like process and something about open space that, wouldn't really fit in that. But the issues to do with parking, I think just for clarification, I think there's just kind of a question or a concern there that like with the change of use, if this New Road School is within the half mile of major transit, so there'd be no minimum parking requirements, whether change of use, addition, new construction, what have you. And then I think there's, a question here that certainly the commission could consider in terms of the existing parking supply. Like right now in the red lines per the commission's prior discussions, it's, up to 25% could be reduced. And there's a request here to increase that to 50% for existing schools, which I think would fall within the scope of the ROI, but the others probably not.
Okay, great. That you actually, you hit the nail on the head for me, which was one thing that is in our purview is the parking. And so let's see what we can do to try to accommodate that, as well as getting back to this kind of concept of building out the office park. Does the 25% reduction in existing parking, is that appropriate for a site like that, which was designed, I don't know, in the 70s or 80s, where they have more parking than we would ever need today? And if they're held to what the code was back then, minus 25%, it might not be enough to free up land for a housing project there. Not a housing project, but housing. So to the extent we can look at both of those, Jing, I think that would be really helpful. And we would appreciate your direction on that. Okay. Commission, I think we got to dive into some of the zoning code and just kind of go through that as quickly as we can from front to back on comments. And we've touched on a few of them already, but I think that's where we need to go next. And I can open that up to folks, or I can take the lead on it, whatever.
Are you going to go in the order of this?
Yeah.
Red line? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we just go through the red lines, Jim, and you take the lead?
All right. So I'm going to, in the zoning code red line, I don't have my first set of comments until about page 27 in the multi-unit section. So if anybody has anything before page 27.
I do. I have page 21.
All right, let's hear it.
And Ross clarified this for me, but maybe I'm dense. That when you look at SB 478 and you apply it to 3 to 7 unit projects, the lot coverage applies only to each story, not the lot coverage we normally think of. So,
yeah, that's correct.
So that's what, but that's different in R1. Why is it different?
R1 took the kind of overall parcel coverage and then kind of divided it between the two floors. In all of our more multifamily, like OP, for example, we kind of just give one number and you can carry that number up from the first floor all the way up to the second floor. So we just kind of took that same implementation we do in other zone districts and just applied it to this one. So if you got 50% on the first floor, 50% on the second floor, you would get your 1.0 FAR.
Thank you.
Mr. Raskin.
Yeah, I think Planning Commissioner Ralph Mescher made a really good point about fees for duplexes in R1 lots that would otherwise be exempt from it for ADUs or for other purposes. I don't know if we can wordsmith this on the fly right now, but I hope that we can incorporate his recommendations as part of the package that's passed out of City Council.
I concur. I was taken aback by, I'm not sure that it's an accurate number, 160,000, but that's a lot of fees for a project where you're trying to expand you're trying to expand housing. They're doing exactly what we want to. So I think that is something we should try to look at. And they were saying, I think he was implying that the biggest part of that fee was from affordable housing, which is somewhat ironic because the concept of dividing up these lots is to create a little bit more affordability, a little more.
Well, I think the big issue was with him, there were a number of them, was that they were actually applying the impact fees to the existing house, which is sanity. I mean, that must be a mistake.
Yeah. So again, staff probably hasn't had a chance to look at that, but staff, that seems to be important to enough of the commissioners here. We'd ask you to look at that. Okay. Then
Can you, when you're calling page numbers, can you call the document title, or whether it's a staff report or the specific red lines?
Yeah, I'm heading. Yeah, no, that's fine. I thought we were heading. We were all aware we were in the zoning code and going down the zoning code red line, but that's where I'm at.
Okay, because the way that it's divided up on the sheet in the agenda, and also for the sake of the public, you're talking about attachment B, the zoning ordinance red lines revised 1/10/23, yes?
I don't have the attachment number in front of me, but I think that's probably.
Okay. Well, there are 5. There's a staff report with 5 attachments. The 5 attachments are the loose red lines, the zoning ordinance.
B. No, it's B. You're absolutely right. I've gone back and looked at my agenda. It's B.
Okay. Great. Just so everybody knows where we are. Thank you, including me. Okay.
So if we're moving on, I would just say that there was about 2 or 3 comments that came in today. And the first one would come up on page 27. We're talking about additional step back and the daylight planes and what's able or what's allowed or what's not allowed to encroach into the daylight plane. And staff, I don't think we need an answer on that tonight, but the implication in the letter was that there are things that can poach into the daylight plane, but they're not consistently noted throughout the document. And I would point you to Hank Koning's comments on those.
Yeah.
Okay. I would then go to, I don't have another comment until page 63, so if somebody else.
Let's start not putting these things back into staff to get back to us. Let's make a decision on these low-hanging fruit.
I love that direction. Okay, so I will make a motion that we change that to 50%.
Second.
We have a first and a second by Lambert. Staff, can we get a roll call?
Yep. I was just taking a note down. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landers,
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
and Chair Reese.
Yes.
I have a question on page 47.
Yes. Go ahead.
Can staff tell me, the chart that shows the new inclusionary requirements, these apply to non-housing projects outside downtown, is that correct, or is it everybody?
I'm sorry, what page are you talking about?
Page 47.
Page 47.
Maybe just downtown. But we're not doing tiers downtown anymore, so what is this?
Well, this chart is, yes, it's for I think this is downtown project requirements.
But we don't have tiers
Yeah.
anymore.
Well, no, you do. You do have tiers for projects that are not housing projects.
Okay, so where does tier 1 fit in this?
Tier 1 doesn't fit. If you're a tier 1 project downtown, you're just subject to just the base requirements of the zoning code.
555?
What do you, in terms of affordable housing?
Right.
Yes. Right.
So tier 1 is 555, and these are 20 and 25.
Well, it'd be 15. Yeah, right. Be 15%.
50, you're right, 15%. And tier
Right.
2 is 20, and tier 3 is 25. You don't think that's...
Again, these would be projects that are subject to the tier system. They're not housing projects.
I understand.
Correct. Just as a correction, actually, Jane, there are still tiers in the multi-unit residential zones, so it would apply to housing projects.
Rachel, this is the downtown districts, though. I think that she's asking about.
But we still have tiers citywide for non-housing projects, don't we?
Yeah. So that would be chapter 9.23.
So this is just downtown.
This is downtown, right? Page 47 is under downtown.
You don't think that 25% might be excessive?
Again, it's not something that was, again, this applies to non-housing projects.
I understand. That means anything with more than 25% commercial, right?
Anything more than
25%, because that's our housing project.
Like, yeah, it's a project that is not, it's non-housing projects that would be subject to these tiers.
And a housing project, by our definition, is anything with less than 25% commercial, correct?
Right, in terms of the defined housing project, right.
Right. So this applies to everything that is above 25% commercial. It just seems like these inclusionary numbers are very high.
I mean, these are the same ones that are existing today.
And look how well they've worked.
Well, in terms of, I think just in general, we rarely see a commercial project with a modicum of housing, I guess.
But wait a minute, this is for a mixed-use project where commercial is more than 25%. So it could be 75% housing.
Or 70% housing.
Or 70% housing.
Right, that's your example. But isn't that sort of a gray area? We say that we define a housing project as having 75% housing uses, but the state defines it at 66%. And so SB 330 is kind of governing whether or not we have to treat it as a housing project or not. And we're essentially streamlining the heck out of everything at this point.
I thought the housing project definition at 25% only affected the streamlined reviewing, but in terms of a housing project by any other name, it was 33%. I thought the 25% was
our definition of housing project is 25%.
No, it's not. It's 33%.
It is 33?
Yeah, it's 33.
Yeah.
Even for non-HAA projects.
So we have a definition of housing project in these red lines that aligns with the Housing Accountability Act for the purposes of qualifying for the streamlined review process. that increases to, 75% housing, because again, the idea was a local incentive to, encourage more housing, which is quite consistent with, very recent development history in the types of mixed use housing projects that we've seen. They are predominantly housing.
I know,
with
I
very
want to get
little
clear.
kind
So the city no longer has a definition of housing project that's fixed at 25%. Is that correct?
No, again, there's a definition of housing project, and then for the purposes of qualifying for streamlining, there is a separate definition, if you will, of like streamlined housing projects, right, which requires
my question,
no more than 25%.
Right. My question is, does this inclusionary chart apply to any housing project that has more than 25% commercial?
Within the DCP, it is different. That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I just think they're really high. The 25% is very high.
Yeah, and I think as we indicated in our presentation, in light of the comments we've received, we the reason I don't have any response to provide you at this moment, because we are reassessing the feasibility analyses, in light of some of the comments we've received, and the 20% now, whether it applies to this, we're really looking again at housing, projects. So we'll return to you with that information on February the 1st.
Right, because Paul's numbers are 3 years old.
Right. Well, that's why they're that's why they're looking at them.
I got it. Okay, cool.
Okay. Let's, Jean's done a lot of hard work, and we want to not beat her up too much tonight. We do want to ask our questions. We definitely want to ask our questions. Commissioner Landers.
Thanks. I'd like to go back to Hank's email in the spirit of Mario's call for efficiency. And I am looking if people have that email in front of them. He continues to raise ADA concerns about slope, and we've seen this. I'm a little concerned because he's the only person raising the ADA concerns, and I would have hoped to have heard from other folks as well. But I'm consistently concerned that I would like to move that we essentially somehow recommend that the planning director can waive some of these some of these requirements if necessary to comply with ADA, with site-specific ADA issues, and just give staff that flexibility.
I thought we talked about this before, and Commissioner Bondeman already came up with the idea of the building code deals with slope issues. It shouldn't be in the zoning code. I could be imagining that, but that's what my memory was.
That's great too.
That's exact. You're talking about the 18-inch thing and if it's on a slope and
I'm talking about generally 911-030B. Yeah, and he's got it's that first paragraph.
911 right. 03.
Yeah.
What?
Ground floor frontage along commercial
Tell me
boulevards.
what page it's on. I don't have Hank's.
That's page 64. Page 64 of the zoning code update. I think you're mixing and matching things a little bit, Sean. Because this one has to do with they're interrelated from the standpoint. You're saying you have to be 18 inches from the curb line to the thing. And what he's saying is when I have to do that on a site that wraps a corner, I have to put stair steps in my building. And that creates ADA issues. That does create ADA issues.
Yes, I'm having flashbacks to Pico and Ocean. Yeah.
So this is the same thing that Ms. Larmore brought up in her letter, because she was noting that by moving this over into pedestrian-oriented design and not active commercial design, it also impacts a lot of other things. And because we have articulated facades and we have active commercial design having to do with transparency, which obviously we're already also looking at, and that leaves this little section to be just about that 18-inch thing, I say we drop it and let ADA rule.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to do an end. I mean, moving it to the building code is great because the building code has to be ADA compliant. I'm trying to just do an end run around it here, just so that we can get out of zoning that can, these development standards that conflict with the ADA. We
And
just
they're
should
hard
not.
to comply with their
Yeah.
constraints, and we should get rid of them.
Yeah.
Let's hear from Jing.
So obviously, someone couldn't design something in violation of ADA. This is not about, I don't want to like mix apples and oranges. The slope issue, the 2% slope issue had to do with the outdoor space.
Correct. I didn't bring that up.
That had nothing to do with this.
Right.
This has to do with actually about how buildings address and urban design. And in this instance, it appears this comment, which I'm kind of just reading quickly right now, is talking about an instance of a slope site, very particular instance, and where, where a choice is made to design it in a particular way. We're not writing something that is talking about violating ADA. That's sort of, I don't think that they're related. This is really about an urban design standard, about how buildings address the street.
So here's what I think that we should consider doing, Jing, is part of the concern was we moved it from one section to another section. The prior section allowed for waivers outside of the density bonus based on findings. We should put this back to that section, and we should clarify that we're asking it to be 18 inches on the main commercial frontage, not when it wraps a corner. And if that's where I am understanding the real problem is in his design.
Correct. And if you read the third sentence, he also is he is actually open to a stringency here, right? Where he is calling out an exception that never exists because there are no commercial boulevards in Santa Monica with slope greater than 10%. So he's saying that the exception should actually not apply above 10, but should apply only, the exception should apply only above 5, which is, so he's looking for that relief at 5 and not at 10, which if you can do those together, then keeps things, both simplifies things and keeps them the way they are with the waiver possibility. I'm happy for staff to take another look at this and come back to us with a solution. I'm not, but if we need to have a motion to ask staff to review this again, I'm happy to make that.
I'll be honest, that last exception that he's talking about just confuses me. I'm not quite sure I understand it, so I'm not sure I can vote on that. But the first two, I'm very adamant about. So, does anybody have a motion on this, or we just get rid of the motion?
Sorry, the exception is about keeping the finished ground floor level, right? Is keeping it close to the grade of the sidewalk, and he wants to lower the slope rule there so that it would capture. Essentially, he's trying to keep more ground floors closer to the grade of the sidewalk, as I understand it. To reduce steps, I think he's trying to keep reducing steps between the sidewalk and the main floor of a commercial property.
Well, I think it's also stepping inside of the building. It's steps.
Maybe Mario or Sam can help us. They're the architect.
Well, I think one thing we could do is increase the range. We should say 3 feet above or 3 feet below. Give some flexibility there. So if the site's doing this, then you have a little more range before you have to put a step in your building in the floor of your building. So that would be an easy thing, and so that would be a starting point. And then the idea of this only applying to the major frontage of the building, I think that would be helpful too. Because again, then you can ignore what's happening on the side streets. They're going to be doing all kinds of funny stuff, but we're not going to be worried about those because we're really only concerned about the front of the thing. And then obviously designs will push forward if there are things happening on the side streets, like commercial stores or things. They'll work it out, but they'll have a little more flexibility because we're not dictating the terms of the side street. But we should hold to the front and then use a larger range, 3 feet up or down, in case we're getting into a front that's really doing weird stuff.
I second that.
Yeah. And can I ask for a friendly amendment just to try to avoid the repeat of the Pico and Ocean project? Can we give more flexibility to projects to select at the corners to select a governing frontage?
I would be fine with that in some exceptional situation where the problem is on one side, the ability to turn the corner would be valuable.
Exactly.
Friendly to me.
Great. Let's do that.
Daph, we had a motion there. I'm not sure you guys were able to write it all down, but it's allowing 3 feet above, 3 feet below, defining only requiring it along a major, the major frontage, and then allowing some flexibility around the corner. Take a vote on that.
What is the thought about what is a major frontage versus a minor one or whatever other frontage?
Well, it really only applies to a corner lot where you have a corner lot and now you have to kind of, we think the major frontage is here, but maybe not in terms of particular design. So usually it's the front, meaning from which the front yard setback or the side yards measured. In commercial buildings, there usually isn't a front yard setback or a side yard, but the idea is that there's a dominant street or a dominant frontage where most of the business is occurring, but should it go around the corner for whatever reason, like the street's really going down and one's really going up, then there has to be some way of addressing that corner condition. As we saw in that building on, Pico and Ocean, yeah. That was, we were into.
And the issue was, if I remember correctly, that they had wanted to, or they were forced to orient the building to Pico, even though they would have preferred, I think, to orient it to Ocean, and they had to kind of jump through hoops to avoid a situation where the ADA would have forced them to put a handrail right in the middle of the corner up, to sort of get people up to whatever that little ground floor commercial was going to be. Having them be able to do a wrap at the corner would allow them to kind of level out the frontage and then resolve a height difference kind of maybe down the block a little bit.
I think that the official front of a property, when it's not really, really obvious because it's mid-block, is the shortest facade. The shorter one is the front and the longer one is the side. I'm pretty sure that's how the code defines it. And so that gets into a whole kind of thing that I don't know Jane can tell me if I remember that correctly, A, and B, if that's in the scope of what we can be doing here, because now we're getting into a whole different thing. This is just getting very, very complicated. And I think the simple solution, we have the transparency we need. And I just really think going back to just deleting it and either putting it back in commercial and taking it out of pedestrian, or going back to deleting it and letting ADA determine how people access commercial spaces from boulevards. And
can we make a conclusion here at some point, do you think?
Well, I think we keep getting more.
We're trying to, but the problem is we don't all think alike, and we all have different opinions on this, and we have to hear each other's opinions.
Which is why there's 7 of us, which is cool.
Right. So I'm uncomfortable, Nina. I'll tell you, I'm uncomfortable with eliminating it altogether. because you could end up with some really big step downs.
Okay. Well, the other thing that Hank always brought up, because when I was just looking for it in my email, I accidentally opened an email from Hank from like a year and a half ago, and it had the exact same language. He copied and pasted it. And what he always says when he does show up and talk to us about this is that every street in Santa Monica is sloped, which is true. Our city is built on a plane that goes at an angle. So either we get rid of it or we reduce the slope in the way he suggested so that it's not, because it's not just a couple of projects. This is a universal problem.
So
there's that.
Again, we were trying to fix that by giving a bigger allowance, going 3 feet up, 3 feet down.
Okay, I'm down with that. And putting it back in commercial.
And then we got tripped up on what is actually what is the main frontage. And it's really easy when it's on a site like on Santa Monica at a corner of Santa Monica and 17th. Santa Monica is the major street, 17th is not. It gets much more complicated when you're at Ocean and Pico. And I'm not sure how we do that other than at that point, the director has the interpretation that says this is the primary frontage.
Well, we could let the developer choose the frontage, and let them make the choice. The different thing, as Commissioner Lange pointed out with Pico and Ocean, was that Pico was the narrowest side, even though Ocean was the primary side because it was the longest. It would have the most businesses, if you will. But Pico was the front, so it became the tail that was wagging the dog.
I'm okay with allowing the applicant to make that determination. And
well, on a corner, it does get risky because, it's a citywide thing determining parcel frontage. The definition for the corner parcel is the front of the parcel is the narrowest dimension of the parcel with street frontage. So, it's pretty straightforward. So I don't know if I just am worried about unintended consequences if we change the whole thing, but maybe it's a concession, then we get into all that kind of stuff.
We want to avoid that. We want to try to just make it a little more straightforward. We've contained the damage 3 feet up, 3 feet down. We want it applied somewhere that's important based on the project and sort of not worry about it in other areas on the sides usually.
So are you comfortable with changing the definition of frontage in corner parcel for every parcel citywide? Or is it just these commercial properties that have 2 commercial frontages where you want to give that option?
Well, I think it primarily applies to commercial properties where you're trying to make it easy to walk into the building. You're trying to make it easy to enter the building. You're not going to go up ramps and stuff. You're just trying to walk right in. Ideally, even if you have the ramp that slopes down a little bit.
Right, I understand, but if you change the definition of the front or you leave that flexibility, there's a lot of other reasons why people might choose a different side to be a frontage, and I'm asking if you're okay with that. I can't personally on the fly like this think of what all of the possible unintended consequences of changing the definition of frontage on a corner parcel would be. But that's something we should think about. And not just say, oh, well, here's a problem. Here's another way we can solve it. We've never discussed that before. So I don't know what the solution is. But, the other things we've suggested, I think, are fine. You put it back, the definition back in commercial. We change it to 3 feet. Okay. So now what do we do about corner? Do we just say, in the event of a commercial property where both frontages are on commercial streets, then they can decide, or do we say any corner parcel can decide?
I think we use that first definition. That would be a friendly amendment.
Which first definition?
The one you say that if it's a commercial property with, street frontage, commercial street frontage, then they get to choose which side will be the one that will be held to the standard.
Okay.
It's friendly to me too.
I'm a little uncomfortable, but okay.
Yeah, and look, staff's going to review it. I mean, we still have to vote on it. Staff's going to review it, and they're going to come back to us and say this is a problem or not. It can be a bucket list thing. Nina, I want to have a perfect zoning code, but they don't exist.
And we can't have the perfect be the enemy of the good.
That is right.
You could just put the whole zoning code into Chat GPT and ask it to design model projects and see what happens.
Aye.
Let's take a vote on this before.
Yeah. I would move the question.
Yes, let's take a vote.
Sorry, I think I missed. I think it was Commissioner Fonder-Marty, and then second by, is it Chair Reese?
Chair Reese.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure, just for the clarity of our minutes here. Yep. And this was to allow the 3 feet above, 3 feet below, only on the. I think what I heard was the parcel line. Like when we talk about the major frontage, you're talking about the parcel line with the longest frontage, and then in the case of a corner, that the developer has the flexibility to choose the primary frontage in that case, the corner lot. Is that what I heard? Okay.
Yeah.
Commercial corner lot.
Right, where you have the intersection, yeah. I mean, incidentally, we define commercial boulevards. There's actually a new definition of what that is. It's not just every street in the city. That's defined in the loose. Okay, so here's the roll call. Commissioner Fonder-Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes, with reservations.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes, and the hopes for the most simplicity possible.
Commissioner Tolkien?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
And Chair Reese?
Yes. Okay. Do that. 2 things potentially down. All right, I'm going to keep moving on. Again, I'm just going to highlight he has these concerns. Hank's had these concerns about different daylight plane areas and where there were exceptions in some places written and not in others. So I just highlight to you on page 66. There's another one that he points out, and I'd ask you guys you being staff to look at that. Just make sure we're consistent across the boards. I'm going to move up to page 113 under density bonus heading.
I have 97. I have one for 97.
Okay, Commissioner Raskin, where are you? Where is your comment?
That's a really quick one on 67.
Okay, go for it.
On 67, there are rules about consolidation of parcels. There are separate headings for non-housing projects and housing projects. Just want to make sure that mixed-use projects are covered under that framework.
They are.
Yes.
Okay.
And just as a note, this particular thing goes together with the neighborhood commercial proposal that we'll talk about later.
Got it. Thanks.
Well, and now that you put me on this page, I put a note here that Hank had that I wasn't sure where it goes, but this had to do with interior side rear setback adjacent to a residential district about measuring from the alley. And I don't know. Say that again?
Didn't staff just fix that by measuring from the property line?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Everywhere?
Yeah. ADUs, just to clarify.
They did.
That was just for ADUs they did. I think this is different. I think
No, it's all of them. It's all of them.
We define, though, if you have a setback, like a rear setback adjacent to an alley, we measure it from the center line. That is already in the code on how to measure a setback.
I thought it's a residential property line.
No,
if there's an alley, then you do it from center line.
Okay.
It depends the situation.
Okay. Yeah, I think what he's actually asking for is on a side yard, a commercial building that has a side yard facing an alley, that you can go to the center line of the alley, I think is what he is actually asking.
I got you.
And since an alley is usually 10 feet wide, you could have a setback, you could have a building right on the property line. I'm not sure I'm supportive of that at this moment.
Yeah, me neither.
For sites with an alley rear, yards are measured. Rear yards are measured from the center line of the alley, but side yards are measured from the property line. This unfairly penalizes long sites parallel to the alley. The requirement should be exempted for sites separated from residential districts by an alley.
Right. So he wants to measure the side yard from the center line of the alley.
How would you do that? Oh, for the space, the site. Okay.
I'm not seeing a lot of support for that. So I'm going to move
Right.
on.
Agreed.
Okay. So now I think with Commissioner Lambert, you were at page 97.
I'm page 97. And actually, this goes to the question I asked before. For downtown moderate income 100% projects, they will get 33 feet or a density bonus, but it's based on Tier 1 development standards. So you could have a bigger project than Tier 1 that's 100% moderate income, but you wouldn't get the height increase based on your actual project. You would get it based on a Tier 1 height. And I really don't agree with that. This is going to be hard enough to build without doing this. You understand what I'm saying? They're basing the height increase on a development standard that could be smaller than what the project actually is.
Yeah.
And that's a disincentive to building 100% moderate income.
I agree with that, and I have many.
I'm not done.
Okay, you go ahead.
Then I would also add, and I don't know how you all feel about this, that there will be an option to include in the bonus units, market rate units, if it's necessary for project feasibility. Because I don't think this is going to work.
What else? I mean, let's hear all of your comments on this section.
That's the only comment on that particular page. I think that the height increase for 100% moderate income should be based on the project itself, not on a lower development standard. That makes no sense whatsoever to me.
Well, explain that to me. I mean, if I'm designing my project and I want it to be 45 feet, I get the density bonus on top of that by 33. I mean, I just don't quite understand it.
We either mean it or we don't. I mean, if you want to give, like you would get a 100% affordable project, they would get it on top of the actual project they're going to build, not Tier 1.
Wouldn't they get it on top of the base? Don't they get the 33 on top of the base?
No, well, they normally build to the regular base height. But if it were Tier 2, for example, 100% affordable housing project, they would get height on top of that. But we're not saying that that's okay for moderate income housing.
So they'd say, so you're saying they would you go from 32 up to 35 feet, and then at the 35 feet they could add the 33 feet to the.
Yeah. Just don't apply the Tier 1 development standard as a base for what their height is.
Okay, Jane, you hear what we're talking about? What is your?
Yeah. So I think I think I can just clarify all of this. And again, an MHO project by definition is a multiple unit dwelling project. So it would, if it qualified as a housing project downtown, this reference to Tier 1, I think, is actually an inadvertent carryover with the proposal to eliminate tiers in downtown for housing projects that actually wouldn't apply.
Okay.
I think we just missed. It's just
okay. Let's just take it out.
Yeah. The references to Tier 1 don't, with the removal of tiers in downtown.
So the height would actually be added to the actual project itself, just like 100%.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, whatever, because
cool.
Whatever the new base FAR is for that zone.
Cool. All right.
Without tiers.
That takes care of that. Thank you.
And that applies both to A and B in that page.
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Commissioner Fresco, did you have more on this?
Well, basically, I was thinking of the same thing as Leslie. I was speaking to a lot of people, and just the idea of moderate housing. We talked last time about allowing them to have some market rate housing. Leslie brought that up, and staff expressed a concern that this would somehow compete if we allowed that with the incentives we provide for 100% affordable housing, which I don't see what the correlation is, because 100% affordable housing is built by specialized providers who get funding from public sources, and it's a whole different thing. And this moderate housing is people who are private investors who would like to provide this unique kind of housing, but there is no funding for it. So I think it's a really different approach, and I think that it's not a competition. I spoke to several affordable housing advocates about this over the last few days just to make sure there was something I wasn't thinking of, and I think it's really important. And some people said that they thought, there are other instances in these ordinances, I can list them if you really want, where there are cases where density bonuses and concessions are provided to, for example, shared housing projects that have 25% market rate regular units in them, but they still get the incentives and the concessions. And since we don't really know what the threshold is that could enable us to get market rate housing without going too far, I would suggest that we start with 25 and see where it gets us. And if anything happens, and if nothing happens, we can consider something else. But I just don't see any harm in trying it, at least in this modest way, and seeing if we get a project. We're much more disadvantaged than normal communities with normal property values because we're Santa Monica, so we have to do something if we're serious about getting moderate housing at all.
The state density bonus program actually exists for moderate income housing, but it's 44%. So that's an acknowledgement that you need 56% market rate, which we don't have. That's only for home ownership.
Right.
Right. See, if it's only for home ownership.
The law really needs to change to include rental.
Yeah.
And Nina, Santa Monica's not that special. I hate to say it out loud.
What?
Santa Monica's not that special. Or
We have
expensive.
beautiful golden light that nobody else has.
What isn't special? What am I missing here?
Never
We're
mind.
special.
Let's not waste it.
Artisanal.
Go on, Christopher.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, we sort of acknowledged a bunch of that when I believe the community assembly use permits up to 50% market rate housing in order to get those financed. So I think we're headed in the right direction. And I think this is the one policy question that staff wanted us to answer tonight, in fact. I believe, right? Am I not misremembering? Which was, would we permit, if we're permitting any non-housing uses in non-moderate rate housing uses in a moderate rate housing project, could that include market rate housing? And it sounds like the answer ought to be yes. And so,
well, at least for the bonus.
Second, Commissioner. Yeah. Nina, if you want to make that a motion, I'll second it, or I'll make the motion.
I think Jing wants to say something.
So,
You
yeah,
appear.
just to be clear, the policy question we were asking is because, and not to mess with the definition of the MHO project too much, because it already allows up to 33% of the project's total floor area as non-residential uses. So I heard Commissioner Fresco say 25%. I just wanted to be certain that that's what you meant and not the 33. Because I think what we were contemplating was like 33% of, any other use other than moderated. Other than MHO units. So.
It should be the bonus. It should be the bonus units, Nina.
No, it could be the bonus units. I'm just saying that it's still moderate housing. If it's a bonus units, then we're not changing anything.
Yes, we are. It was going to be 100% moderate, even with the bonus unit.
Even with it, well, however you want to put it, I think that 25% of the not other uses, like it can have 33% commercial and it's still a housing project. And then of the moderate units, 25% of them can be market rate. So not all moderate housing projects are going to want to apply for a housing bonus. I mean, we've seen people that don't take full advantage of the housing bonus. So they want to be able to enable everything.
I think that's too complicated.
That's
it's way too, I mean, I understand the math. You're doing like 1% on 1%. if that's where you're going, I would simply say that 33% non-moderate rate housing you should allowed to use market rate housing, and you can have a mix of some market rates, some commercial, you throw in a coffee shop or whatever. Let's keep it simple. If we're saying that 33% of that floor area can be something other than moderate rate housing, let it include market rate housing alongside commercial, and let the applicant figure out the best mix.
I just thought it'd be simpler to use the bonus units as the market rate.
No, but this is for 100% moderate rate housing, nominally 100% moderate housing project.
It would be like the regular density bonus program where the moderate income is the core, and then the bonus units on top of that could be market rate.
Yeah, I'm saying go further. I'm saying let more of it be market rate. Okay. I'm saying let up to 33% of the base be market rate, and it could be commercial or market rate housing. Keep it really simple that way.
Okay.
Got a motion?
I second it.
Got a first and a second. We got a first by Landers, second by Fonda Bernardi.
So if I may just make sure that we understand the direction while the planning manager gets ready to take the vote. So within a project subject to this particular overlay, 33% can be allocated to uses other than these moderate income units, 33% of the total floor area. And that could be commercial, that could be market rate units. And this is the entire project once the project is built out, like the whole project, like post bonus is the 33% of that total floor area that you're discussing?
Post bonus.
I'm fine. My motion said pre-bonus, but I can live with post-bonus.
Oh, apologies.
But here's the thing that I want to pose, because we're talking about unintended consequences. Is housing where the penthouse is market rate, and then additional housing below the penthouse is moderate income, because those are the units that command the market rate housing. I don't have a problem with that if that gets us market rate housing that we don't currently have. But I just want to make sure that everybody else is okay.
Miramar condos are paying for the affordable housing across the street. So that's
right, exactly. Yeah. So I can live with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Somebody's got to pay, but we're okay again, we did hear in the beginning, this was on the base FAR, and now we're changing it to total FAR.
Yeah.
Right.
Everybody's okay with that? Okay.
Yeah, I think Jing is too.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, let's roll. If that one's done, let's keep moving.
Do we vote? We need to vote though.
Oh, good point.
Okay, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landers?
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
And Chair Reese?
Yes. Okay, that was page 97. I'm prepared to jump to page 113, talk about some density bonus questions. Anybody have any in between there? Hearing none, I think I'm going to try to articulate this question again. I bungled this one before, but if a non-housing project is required to provide below market rate units through the AHP or the community benefits, are we offering them the ability to combine their 555 into a density bonus to get 3 incentives?
How much housing do we get for that? What do we get for it?
Well, you're getting some community benefits that require affordable housing. And so if you're providing I guess my concept is if I'm providing the affordable housing and that I get enough so that I get incentives, I want to be able to take advantage of it so I can build the project. But I think right now the way it's written, it only applies to housing projects, not non-housing projects.
I agree with you to the extent that it's removing a barrier, right? In other words, we're trying to remove the barriers from non-housing projects adding housing. We're not incentivizing commercial development here. We're simply making it easier for them to build the housing that we want them to build, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I think.
So you're right.
Right. So again, this is not something that we had really discussed previously. It is an excellent question. I agree with Ms. Larmore that we're not sure that anything in state density bonus law limits the application to the definition of a housing project, right? The application of state density bonus law. I will say that in terms of mechanics of how that actually looks when it's 70% commercial and 30% residential is kind of a new concept, right? Like, so you get, anyway, so it's a little bit of a different concept. And I would also say, just reminding you that the tiering issue is still something that, is subject to litigation that we're looking at. But unless the planning manager has different thoughts, don't believe that it would necessarily preclude a project from getting state density bonus law and, just because it's not 67% residential. Is that helpful?
Yeah, it's helpful. And you raise a kind of interesting question too, I'm assuming that they're meeting their affordable on their base density, entitling them to those incentives. And I think you're applying that maybe, it's 70% commercial, maybe they're not providing at least their base density.
Yeah. So I think because it's kind of a newer concept, I think we've just been discussing internally in the past, however long we've had these comments, exactly what it would look like.
Okay. So I think that's where we're going to have to leave it, is you guys need to consider that and come back to us on that. Okay. I can move on to community benefit, or Commissioner Lambert, go ahead.
I have something on page 114.
Go ahead.
I take exception with using Tier 1 as the base development standards for density bonus projects that are bigger than Tier 1. I think that violates state law myself, because I think state law guarantees you take the density bonus based on your project itself, not on something that's much smaller. Doesn't make any sense.
Can you please articulate that again for me?
Yeah, if in downtown, which I think is what we're talking about here, you have a project. I don't know how else to frame this other than tiers. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. If you have a Tier 2 project, for example, and you want to get a density bonus, which you're entitled to, then that density bonus would not be based actually on the size of your project and the development standards of that zone. It would be based on Tier 1 size. So you would not get the density bonus you're entitled to because it's not based on your actual project. But I can't imagine how that's going to fly with HCD. Know what I'm saying? You understand, anyone?
Yeah, I do. And I
think it violates state law.
Understand your position. Once again, that's part of what we're looking at.
Okay,
I think part of what's subject to litigation, as I keep mentioning. So
that's
where we are. We understand.
So we don't talk anymore.
Okay. Thank you for noting that again, both of you. When we go to the community benefits section, which is where I'm heading next, people have indicated to me that they would feel it would be easier and cleaner read if in that opening paragraph we say this does not apply to housing projects. I'm not wedded to that because I think there's layers of it that indicate that it's not attached to housing projects, but it might be a clean, easy sentence to put in the opening paragraph of community benefits.
How do you define housing project?
Non-housing. Well, the housing project is as defined by the state.
Okay.
What page is that on? I think I had a note on that page and I didn't hear you.
119.
Yep.
Wait, but don't larger projects have to pay community benefits anyway? Well, let's be careful not to completely eviscerate this.
So I also, if I could interject for a moment, I also want to go back, it goes back to my point that we still do have tiers in the multi-unit residential zones. So there will still be tier 2 and projects in the multi-unit residential zones.
And for non-housing projects, citywide except downtown, right?
Right. Can we say this with a scalpel and not with an axe?
I think what we're saying is we don't believe any edit is necessary, because if it doesn't apply, it doesn't apply, just given the range of things,
Okay.
where there's tiers or not. I don't think we need to distinguish between housing and non-housing and make it even more confusing.
Agree. Okay. Can we try to solve the problem that Ralph raised about impact fees on R1? That's actually, there's an implicit SB9 question there, which, can we limit those benefits?
Only apply it to the new square footage.
Well, yeah, except that that's gonna really kill the feasibility of implementing SB9. Let's just be honest about that.
Well, I have a question about it says, like, when you look at the applicability of those fee chapters, it says, in each one, it says reoccupancy of square footage in an existing building or structure when there's no change of use doesn't apply. So why was he charged a fee, a use fee for the square footage in the house that was already there in the first place? I find that super confusing.
Yeah.
Sounds like.
I agree.
So we just want to make sure that that doesn't happen again when people do lot splits. And then there's the second issue of the idea that when you're doing, basically through the lot splits and the SB9 combo, which allows R1 to have 4 units per parcel if you combine it all, if you call them ADUs and they're a certain size, you don't pay the fees. And then if you get a couple 100 feet bigger, not even that much, suddenly you're paying all these fees, and it's a lot split unit and not a duplex. Not an ADU. So the question is, do we charge the fee based on the additional square footage above the ADU, or do we just charge for all the new construction once they cross that line? That's kind of the question, because I think that the code, that was a mistake, that he was charged the fees for the existing house. Did that make sense? Did I say that right? Okay, because you're all looking at glazed.
No, I'm wondering out loud, because our goal with this, in terms of addressing, responding to redlining, right? And in terms of what SB9 is trying to do and what it could effectively do in Santa Monica, and the way we've incentivized SB9 splits, there's something in the back of my head thinking, like, we should impose the fees on the new square footage, but we should exempt the fees for any square footage that is committed to be rented for at moderate or below. Because by imposing the fees, all we're going to do is guarantee that those rents are going to be higher to make back the fees. Because these are small developers. And if we want people to rent these, if we want people to make these duplexes and rent them out at reasonable rates, we've got to figure out a way for this not to be not affordable to them.
Well, they certainly don't pay.
Hold on, you guys. I have 3 other people with their hands up.
Sorry.
I saw Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi, Commissioner Raskin, and then Commissioner Lampert.
I'll pass. It's already
Okay,
done.
Commissioner Raskin.
Well, to Commissioner Landers' point, I think the issue here is that if you have duplex where the second unit is maybe 100 feet bigger than maximum allowable as an ADU, all of a sudden you get these escalating fees coming in. And so, you don't want to incentivize people to build down to these minima here, but rather, I think a clean way to do this is perhaps just to exempt duplexes on R1 lots from this fee structure.
Yeah, I mean, I'd do that.
My turn, Sean.
Commissioner Lambert.
I agree with Ellis. I mean, we are supposed to be incentivizing SB9 development. We've committed to that in the housing element. We've got it in the RENA calculations. So, I mean, I think waiving fees and expecting them to rent at affordable rents is not realistic. That's not going to happen. But I do think we need to incentivize these duplexes. And so what I would suggest, particularly in the case like Ralph's where it's an existing home, it's crazy to put impact fees on. Which I think that's
well,
what it
let's get a motion and a second on that and see if that proposal has legs.
I'd move to waive. Can I try it? Move to waive it all. I would move to waive impact fees on all SB9 duplexes and lot splits.
Second.
Wait a second. Commissioner Raskin came up with this. He needs to get the first or second, I think.
Okay, he can second it.
Well, I mean, just to clarify, Mr. Landers, I think, we're talking about duplexes on R1 lots that might not necessarily be SB9 projects, but are nevertheless duplexes on R1 lots.
How else would you duplex a lot?
Well,
I'm happy to not limit it to SB9.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I think we're actually on the same page here.
Right. Then you don't get all of a sudden you don't get to second. I'm sorry. We'll just leave it as it is. Let's have a vote.
Can we just clarify?
Yeah, we can.
Do you mean like all SB9 projects? I think as we talked about before, it's possible to get to potentially up to 8 units on some of these larger ones. You can get far more than that.
Yes.
You mean to waive impact fees for any size of any SB9 project?
Yes.
Yes.
As a way to incentivize them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not really duplex, it's just SB9 projects.
Right.
Regardless of size.
Right.
Well, we limit the size, so.
Well, no, there isn't, because through SB9 you can get more than 2 units on a lot, yeah.
I know, but we're not talking huge units here.
Okay. See here, Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi?
No, I'm not comfortable with this kind of carte blanche.
Commissioner.
I'm having another question too. I almost wish we could pause voting so I could just run this one by.
But you just paused us, so go ahead.
I'm sorry, but the one thing that's making me really uncomfortable is this desperate need we have for affordable housing money, and people are building these things and it's an opportunity for money, and I'm just feeling nervous and uncomfortable to give it up completely. I mean, it's one thing if it's like a person who wants to build another house on their parcel and they want to retire, but when you're really developing it much bigger, you're going to get a lot more income, and when you get past a certain point, it sounds like you don't really need as much incentive, and maybe I'm just,
It sounds to me, Nina, like you want to vote no and use that reasoning.
I guess so. I just am afraid to give up all that money.
Can I say something? We are supposed to be incentivizing SB9. I mean, we're on the line to do that. And the whole reason that SB9 came about was to provide affordable, quote unquote, opportunities in neighborhoods that are R1 that are otherwise not affordable to the same people who will be living in. So it's not low mod housing, but it's more affordable than what's there now. That's the whole idea.
Yeah. And if I may, I think to the extent that those projects would get sold, you might start to exceed, if they're on one lot, they might start to exceed the Measure GS limits. And I keep coming back. I mean, in my head, what's going through my head is something Jim said years ago, which is it's a lot better to have shade in the first place than to have to add air conditioning later. So in this case, providing the housing is the shade. If we collect the fees, we'll simply jack up those rents. And I don't want to do that.
Right.
Okay. All right. In that case, I guess I'll vote for it. Yes, but I'm not super comfortable, but I want to make shade.
Okay.
Commissioner Lambert?
I vote yes if they plant a tree.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes, as long as the tree doesn't result in a reduced housing unit.
Commissioner Tolkien?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
And Chair Reese?
I'm going to abstain from this one. We have the votes. It's going to pass, but I'm going to abstain.
Howard.
I know. Call it like it is. All right. Where are we? Okay, I think we are I want to ask a question on page 120. This is under community benefits. I know in state density bonus law, when you talk about rounding numbers, you round up after any fraction. In our community benefits, which again, it's not specifically the density bonus, we are rounding up only after 0.5 is reached. Is there any reason that we wouldn't want to just round up after 0 to be consistent with state law?
I mean, this is more consistent with actually how we deal with rounding in the zoning ordinance as a whole, where it's like 0.5 and more. Otherwise, I think the only other distinction I think is an AHP roundup. But you're right. I mean, in state density bonus law, it is any fraction. So I mean, if that's the change you wanted, I think that's fine. But it would just not be consistent with how we deal with rounding in general in the code.
Well, I guess what's the impact of this change? We would have an inconsistency, but we already have an inconsistency because state density bonus mandates it, and we potentially get a little more built affordable housing as opposed to a fee thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is not, although I would say this 0.5 rounding isn't different than what is currently in the code. If you can see the edit of the deletion from section 8.
Yeah. No, I see. I see it.
Just a rewriting of the unit mix.
Okay. Well, I'm not seeing any of my fellow commissioners jumping up saying this is a good idea. So let's move forward. And I think we're at parking now. Or at least I can jump up to parking. Paid comments on that. And I think we get back here to having this discussion about how much you can reduce parking to address the issues of the potential school issue we talked about earlier, or the potential of an office park that was built in the 70s with massive amounts of parking that it would never need today, even though that's what it was approved with. So I think what the discussion is, do we want to allow for more than a 25% reduction we agreed to last week? Commissioner Lambert.
I think we should go with what Ms. Larmar suggested, and that is if they can, because 25% was arbitrary. If they can show in a parking study that they don't need that much parking to replace what's existing, then they should be allowed to reduce it. I mean, a lot of these commercial spaces are overparked.
Seems reasonable.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, sir.
Does AB 2097 exempt? Because I read the law again. It says the city shall neither impose nor enforce, and I'm wondering whether that simply wipes out all the parking requirements inside the half-mile radius for residential and commercial. Full stop. Is that, Heidi? I mean,
so I don't believe we've read it that way. I think we read it as, you're not imposing minimum parking requirements going forward, but I don't think we read it as intending to eliminate all existing parking within the half mile. It's not,
okay.
The statute doesn't explicitly address existing parking.
How do you read the word enforce? Because that's in the statute.
Well, to enforce parking requirements, I would think on the after it's built or not.
Well,
and the applicability of the statute is to new projects.
So the question that came up was in my Jason called me as he called others, I'm sure. He was imagining a use case where New Roads acquired a parking lot and then wanted to do something with that parking lot. And the question was, with AB 2097 in place, because they're a half kilometer from Bergamot, what happens to that parking requirement?
Well, I guess it depends on if it's just a parking lot they acquired, you could redevelop that site.
And would they be right? So would that?
I mean, as long as that, if the parking lot is just a standalone use, there's no reason why you couldn't redevelop the site. If it's associated for some reason as required parking for something else as existing parking, if it's just a vacant parking lot or a vacant lot, that's just no different than today.
And that's what he said. That's what he said. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sean, but that's what he said tonight in his public testimony was a site, typical industrial site has a building and a sea of parking that goes along with it. And I think their vision is use the parking areas as an open space or something and convert the old office building to some school use.
Right, which is a change of use, which I read 2097 to not require, once you change the use and redevelop that building for another purpose, since you're within a half mile of transit, the city can't enforce a parking requirement on the new use. I think Jing's arguing that the city can't.
No, I'm sorry.
No?
So
Okay.
if you purchase if you purchase a property that had an existing building with parking and you change the use, of course we would not impose any minimum parking standards, or if you even added on to that, there'd be no minimum parking standards.
Okay.
Well, that clarifies that portion of it. Commissioner Fresco?
I just wanted to clarify because I'm remembering when we did that other DR at a different school, and basically they were adding lots of square footage and space to their buildings, but because they weren't actual classrooms, they were auxiliary educational spaces. It didn't, and they weren't increasing their enrollment. It didn't impact their parking requirements at all anyway. And wouldn't that be true in this case, even if they acquired extra land and didn't just add extra square footage? Unless they increased enrollment.
Well, but what Jing just said, I think, eliminates a big concern for the school, which is they're taking an old industrial building and whatever the facility looks like, they're changing the use to a potential school use. And because it's a new use, staff then feels they can't oppose parking.
Oh, okay. So then there's nothing going on. Okay.
Right. So then it's just left with the issue of a large office facility that the office is going to stay there. There will not be a change of use. And then it kind of makes sense to do that parking demand study that you mentioned. And I think we should move that and add that into the zoning ordinance.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
Friendly amendment. would that parking study would or would not have to be done inside the AB 2097 radius?
Well, it wouldn't have to be because the parking wouldn't be required, and the idea is to decide how much parking is required.
But the case that is causing the motion is a case where the office use is remaining an office use.
Right.
So you have a building with a parking lot next to it. The building is going to stay in the business that it's in. What it's to do is put a new building on the parking lot, ideally housing. So now the building that had a parking requirement no longer has the parking that fulfills that requirement.
So if they're in the zone, in the half-mile zone, they don't need to because they're in the half-mile zone. And if they're out of the half-mile zone, they'll do a study and they'll figure out how much they really need because they probably have too much.
Jane, do you agree that a use can remove its required parking within the half-mile zone without consequence? You don't agree with that. So they would have to do the parking study inside the zone as well.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is, again, I mean, this AB 2097 just prohibits the city from imposing new minimum parking. It doesn't mean that all parking can be eliminated. Right. All existing parking can be eliminated. That is not what the bill says at all.
Right.
And I think that would cause some concern within the community if we were to suggest that.
Right. Okay, Commissioner Lambert.
I'm ready to make a motion. Does anyone object to that?
You made a motion.
We had
made a motion.
When I was, I'm sorry. That's what I get for.
Yeah, we're discussing.
Basically, it's 75-25 unless a parking study disputes that. Is that correct?
That's the motion.
How's the Coastal Commission going to fit into all this, I wonder?
Outside, most of it will be outside the coastal zone.
Right.
And that's the developer's problem.
That's true. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. So the only amendment is just to add in the ability to do a traffic study, or a parking study, I'm sorry. Go ahead and have a vote.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
And Chair Reese?
Yes.
Can I just really quickly on this, one small thing as we're drafting it, if we're going to get this drafted. I'm not 100% convinced that that's what AB 2097 says. So however this gets drafted, if at some point AB 2097 gets litigated and it is found in some other jurisdiction that in fact eliminates all the parking requirements inside the half-mile radius, that parking study requirement should evaporate.
Well, state law would, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Sean. I mean, I think at that point, if somebody wins a legal case, the attorneys in this community is going to be using that as their precedent, saying, staff, you need to.
Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying that, yeah.
That's fine. Jim, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Have we already passed through the development standard charts for CCS? That get by us, or we aren't there yet? I couldn't print out all the red lines, so I don't know if that's at the end or we passed over it. The upzoning of that CCS property.
No,
we passed it.
I mean, that's still a big discussion item we have to have. We might have not hit that yet, but we're still going to have that discussion.
Okay.
And I'm getting close to the end of my list on the zoning code, so we can double back on that. And so let me just try to get through this. On 126, we talk about parking maximums, and we are saying something to the effect of have the language right in front of me. Something to the effect of you can add 2% or 2, whatever's the total. But in certain cases, we have 0 parking at all required. So this would really only allow you to add 2 extra spaces to a project. So I guess questioning, do we really need the parking maximums, or can we soften, or can we amend this language a little bit? That was pretty messy. Here, let me try it again. The maximum allowed amount of parking, there's a parking maximum, shall be 2 spaces or 5% more. Some of our projects some of them in AB, within the half miles circle will have 0 parking. This would allow them to add 2 new spaces, period.
So if I could try to explain that, so that language was actually meant to apply to projects that do have a minimum parking requirement. So we could refine the language to state something to that effect, that where there are minimum parking requirements, there is a max.
At a minimum, we should do that. Thank you. Question I would pose to the commission is, do we really want, I was going to say, do we really want parking maximums?
Well, I think you've answered that question, so you probably don't, because your direction was, I think, quite clear last time, unless you've changed your mind, is that where there are no parking minimums, right, you expanded that outside of the half mile. So you said all housing projects citywide, no parking minimums, other than the R1 zone, and then parking maximums. And in that case, then there are no parking maximums in the half mile zone, nor would there be parking maximums for housing projects citywide. That was the commission's direction. And to the extent this language doesn't quite say that, I think we want to at least capture that was the commission's intent in it. And we'll take care of the drafting to sort of clean this up if it's not quite saying that. But that's what we understood.
That sounds great.
Okay.
Thank you. $129. There's a table there in the third column, talks about within half a mile, projects within half a mile. This is really just specifically housing projects, correct? Not just any project.
It's all projects, actually, because it's AB 2097. Except for hotels, because AB 2097 states that hotel and motel can still have minimum parking requirements.
Okay, fine. Sorry.
So should we say that at the top of that third column so it's very clear that?
Well, it's actually in the table itself. So if you go to page 133 on the line for hotels and motels, you could see that the minimum parking requirement is still there. So the minimum parking requirement is still within that table, which is why that column remains.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I guess now, Commission, I'm ready to go all the way up to the ARB discussion and this discussion. If anybody's interested in having a discussion about the ARB approval before or after the AAA process. Anybody feel strongly about that?
I have a question. As I understand it, staff is saying you go to ARB, and it sounds like a float up. Is that what everybody else is interpreting?
It's a float up, but you need to also respond to some of their comments.
Right.
You have to show you have to show that you've responded in a positive manner.
Well, how extensive is the plan development at that point?
Well, we've pushed on this before, and they told us that they were going to scale back their ARB filing requirements so they'd be consistent with a typical filing of just an AA, is what my memory is.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This is a weird process. It's weird just because it's such a big change, and it's exceptionally more typical, obviously, to do it after the entitlement. But we are trying to streamline things. And then I guess related to this, there was a question from one speaker about changing. The city may, after that first hearing, the city may issue a decision. That caller was asking for them, saying they must. issue a decision.
Well, I think that forces them because the applicant has to respond to the ARB's comments, but if for some reason it's not considered adequate, it forces the issue, and they should still, anyway.
I'm really confused. So they're doing a float up. They're going to respond to those comments, and they have to respond adequately. And then that's the last of ARB, or they go for the final review after the AA.
They could do the final review afterwards, or they could push for a final review prior to. But most of us are thinking that that's a little onerous, I believe.
So yeah, I think if I can clarify on process is that if you require, because all these projects require administrative approval now, so it's actually not a preliminary review. You're brought to you're brought to ARB basically, for their formal design review approval. And what we're seeing in an instance where a project for some reason, doesn't get by in that first design approval hearing, right, that they show that they've submitted revisions and responded, to the comments to the ARB's comments. So it would require like a second hearing, for example. But, in the meantime, we have done all of our review from a zoning standpoint, and we're ready to issue that AA. There's no reason to hold up the issuance of the AA simply because they've not completed the design approval process. So all we're saying in this, this would be the instance where the design approval could occur after the entitlements issues, like at least one hearing has occurred, but maybe, they didn't make it through.
And I'm even more confused. So you're saying the hearing is not really a float up and more of an informal thing. It's actually the official plans for the project that you're asking for before entitlements. Is that correct?
Yes, right.
That seems to be a problem for people. Because they don't know exactly what their project's going to be until they've got the entitlements.
Yes, right. It informs, it's just having the design approval in place before the determinations.
I think people are having a problem with that. I don't think we've solved this.
I'm not sure. I mean, we've been discussing this process for
I know
a couple of years at this point, and it's about moving the design. It's about basically having the design occur concurrently.
I remember all that. I remember all that. It just seems that, we've heard from...
in terms, I don't think it's that confusing. I think in terms of the timing itself, what we do is like we determine the application complete and that it is code compliant, so in those initial code compliance checks, and then it's brought in. It just allows, it doesn't kick the design review process until after the entitlement process is done. It's just like, okay, we've actually done the initial review, and so it just can run concurrently.
The point is, what are they bringing in? What are they bringing in?
It would be the same set of, it would be the same level of plans that you would normally require at the entitlement phase. So that's what we've been discussing is, not from past experience. It's not the level of detail, construction detail or what have you. It would be a scaled back version of that.
Yeah, I'm still.
It's about ensuring certainty in the approval process, because we don't have the situation where the entitlement is issued and you have a design approval and then you have, an appeal of that decision and it just kind of runs, which is a situation we have seen happen. And, we were trying to streamline this process, such that it runs concurrent. And this instance, in response to some of these comments, about the election to have the design review approval occur after, it didn't seem appropriate to just have that election and have everyone have a different process. Like at least go through it and have one hearing. And if for some reason, it doesn't make it past that first hearing, that the entitlement is issued, if it's ready to be issued, don't hold back on that and then continue the design approval process.
I'm also hearing that they're having a really hard time, and it's not your fault, scheduling ARB hearings.
I don't know.
I know. I've heard of a project today that's having a hard time because the meeting in January was canceled, whatever. I don't know if ARB's got hearing issues or what, but
That's the first I'm hearing of that, honestly. I mean, they meet regularly, so I've not heard that at all.
And while that could be, indicative of what happens in the future, that's not before us tonight. So let's kind of just stay with this, which is, I don't love this idea either, Leslie, of doing it up early, but this is part of the process that we tried to put together to streamline things. I think somebody wrote in today did argue that they should wait till the end. The thing is, you can wait till the end to get the final ARB approval. But one thing that's being asked on concrete change, and Jing, the way she explained it, almost sounded as if she would be okay with this. So I want to ask is, instead of saying DCP or the planning may approve the project, would you be upset if they were changing the word to must approve the project?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually not about must approve. It's just that this is about talking about the design review approval shall occur after the determination if it's met these following conditions. So I'm not sure that I mean, I think that's what we contemplated, is like as long as you meet these three conditions, the design review approval can occur after.
Right, I know. And I think what they're worried about is, I don't know. I mean, they're just worried that may is not as strong as shall, I think, and that you could put them in a loop where you don't really feel they're going far enough along in the design. But that's going to be a problem any way we look at this issue. And the fact of the matter is,
yeah, we'll just give it a little bit of a think, just to make sure that it's my initial thought is I'm not that bothered by it in terms of changing may to shall.
Okay. And again, you guys do a wonderful job designing projects in our city, and we want to make sure that you still have the ability to have your fingerprints on it.
I think it's really important, and we should just try it with May for a while. And if everybody's getting hung up still, and the ones that need to be captured and let through aren't getting through, I think we can look back at this again. But I'm just very protective of the ARB. I think they do really important work. So okay. I want to throw it away. So I say leave it.
Any other commissioners want to weigh in on this, or just let it ride the way it is? Okay. So I'm at the end of my zoning code comments. I think we need to double back and have this discussion about neighborhood commercial and the Bergamot at a minimum. I mean, we need to have that conversation. So this is probably Mr. Fonda-Bernardi.
I was wondering, there's a couple of low-hanging fruit I think we can knock off if we're tackling those two big questions, the neighborhood commercial. And one of those is that there was an attorney who was asking that we add structures of merit to a list of historic districts and landmarks that would be exempt or would get a special treatment. I think we should do that. I don't know exactly. I didn't take notes fast enough exactly where that was going to be inserted. I hope there's no.
I know what that was. That was when you're building a development on a parcel that includes a landmark and your housing requirements and AHPP and all that are being calculated, the units that are in the historic structured are not counted towards that. So it kind of gives you a little.
Okay. So that's good. But that's where it should be placed. I think that's a low-hanging fruit. I hope there's no objection to that.
No.
There's also a request that the 750 square feet of landscaping change can be done administratively, and the suggestion was that was very small. I'm wondering if we should increase that 1,000, 1,500, some other dimension that is a little more, let's say, less intense in terms of, 750 square feet of landscaping is not a very large area. It's in terms of a project, it's like you're remodeling a whole complex things. So I'm wondering if we should increase that to 1,000.
Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi, I hate to cut you off, but when Heidi goes into our meeting, she typically has something
We're crossing an imaginary line. Tell us.
So, no, I just wanted to maybe make a couple notes on the structure of merit issue. I think first we do want to just ensure that it's part of the scope of what you're doing and with respect to the ROI. So we'll just double check that piece. And then the other issue is that if the credit would be given, as you may recall, there's a provision in the code with respect to projects that are granted major modifications where there's a requirement that a deed restriction is recorded against the property to ensure that the structure of merit is actually kept in place, because the code, the landmarks ordinance, allows demolition of a structure of merit. So if a project is going to get this level of protection, this level of bonus based on that, I think we probably want to have parity there and require that the structure of merit be retained.
I'm all for that. Yeah, thank you. A couple of other low-hanging fruit, and maybe Jen can clarify this. The architect Hebert was saying that the Bergamot open space standards are different in the Bergamot area than in the rest of the city, and that they should be the same. Are they in fact different? I'm not aware that they are, but maybe you can explain.
They are different. That is the subject of the Objective Design Standards project. As you know, the Bergamot plan has super different standards and flexible standards that are nowhere else in the city. That's the purpose of the project, is to align it.
Well, I guess I don't think we need to slay that dragon today.
No,
but
you don't.
It's not a low-hanging fruit. There was I didn't understand the discussion about the attached that Kutcher raised this idea of the attached ADU and multifamily. What was that about? Is that a non-event or?
I think we addressed that earlier, that we don't agree. We don't believe the reading of that is supported by either state law or HCD's ADU guidebook.
Okay. All right. Then we can drop that. So I guess we're back to the tough nuts to crack, but I thought those were easy to.
I have a low-hanging fruit.
Well, are we all in agreement that the low-hanging fruit that Mara just talked about, we're going to move, that we're okay with?
Yeah, but I do, but I would like to do the rest of the low-hanging fruit at the next meeting.
I'm next. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Well, okay.
I would like to add language. I would like to add language to the Bergamot plan and whatever zoning follows through, that any artist workspace or artist live workspace that's displaced by a new project be replaced in that project.
It's a tough standard, but I could go for it.
Well, to be honest with you, from discussions with the representative of the developer of the SciArc site, they're more than willing to replace those artists on that block in the first floor of their new building. So I'm taking that as a sign that, unless they can prove that it's totally infeasible, but otherwise I want that as a requirement.
Okay.
Mr. Raskin.
Comment on that. Mr. Lambert, I'm just thinking about the Bergamot Station property, which I believe is on our suitable sites inventory. That's a lot of artist space to replace, and I'm not against this in principle, but
that's a city-owned lot. That's a city-owned lot, and it's a whole different deal.
I was thinking of Drescherville.
I think we're going to need to review that comment, whether it fits within the scope of what we're doing. I'm not sure.
Aren't we amending the Bergamot plan?
And we
but not just generally speaking about everything, though. I think we'll just have to look at it.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I know I asked to have that, and we discussed putting a reference to artist housing in the housing element. I know I brought that up, and it was favorably received by our commissioners, and I hope it's in there.
This is different. This is actually replacement housing.
But yes, and I know.
I think to be clear, live workspace is not house. It's considered a commercial use in the code.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as artist housing. It's live workspace, of which it's workspace with incidental living.
Right.
Ancillary living. It's not considered a residential use or housing.
You're right.
It's a commercial use.
Well, why couldn't that be? What's the difference? Why couldn't they still replace it?
I think we just have to look at it. I don't know. This is I don't think it's anywhere in the red lines either.
No, it's not.
So yeah, it'd be
Well,
in the
yeah,
Bergamot area.
From it is in the red lines. It's something that was deleted.
Well, there's just something about live workspace. Doesn't it say anything about replacement?
Kim, I'm really sorry,
It could just potentially be a new constraint on housing that.
No, you're right. You're right.
Again, have to look at.
Commissioner Fresco, you seem like you have something you want to say.
I do. I am really sad to report that I'm beginning to have a migraine and I need to discuss neighborhood commercial and leave the room. I'm having a little serious situation. So I don't want to discuss more little things before I get to the really important thing that we came to. I'm sorry that I'm.
Okay, well then, without further ado, why don't you kick off this discussion?
Well, I think we gave a pretty good introduction to it about 2 hours ago. So,
but you just want to get to the vote?
I mean, unless people have more questions to ask us, we need to just vote on stuff. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Landris first, then Commissioner Lambert.
So, I support the intent of the motion, of the letter. I don't think the letter is ready in its current form. And I would like to see, and I don't know what the process is, but I think it should go with our vote on the first. I think that's when we should vote on it. But I think it needs to have, more language about, it needs probably to be shorter, and it needs to have more language about the different ways that we're incentivizing housing in other districts, and it needs to have language, and not just housing projects, and it needs to have language about that Nina, you yourself started to say at this meeting, really kind of really educating HCD on the fair housing issues in Santa Monica, because if the point that we heard from Jing is that this is really about fair housing, then we need to show them that we are not exacerbating fair housing by making this switch. And in fact, fair housing has to include access to services, neighborhood serving services that are, culturally appropriate and things like that. So that's I did read the letter, and I note that it said it to a certain extent, but I don't, based on the feedback that I've heard in the community, it doesn't go far enough, and based on staff's objection, it doesn't go far enough. If we want council to take this seriously, I think we need to backstop that, and then kind of, if council wants to take it up, council needs to, we can help them do that, but they've got to figure out multiple ways of getting to yes. But I'm not, in this form, I don't think we're there yet.
Commissioner Lambert.
Can I say something?
Yes.
This is not a letter to HCD. This is a letter to the city council requesting that they send a letter to HCD, so it could be wordsmithed and changed and shortened and whatever the hell between the time city council writes it and it goes to HCD, number one. Number two, we have every intention of talking to HCD. I do. I really think we need to have a sit down, maybe with one or two council people and a couple of us, and sit down with HCD and explain to them what Santa Monica is about, because we don't think they get it. And all the points that we raised in the letter and the points that you're raising. There are dozens of community people who wrote in tonight asking if this letter go to city council. And I think their wishes need to be respected.
Well, if I may also add that Jing has described for us the process that this is going to need and how long it's going to take, and then there's how long we know it'll take, and then how long it'll finally take, which we don't know. And there is some time urgency in this, and I think that also it will be much better for council if they review this before they look at the rest of the housing element, so that they understand that this is discrete and we want everything else to go forward just as we've redlined it, and that this is not trying to hold back or stop any of that, because we're full steam ahead.
And the city council is very well aware of this letter. They have read this letter. They know they have to write their own. They can base on this letter or not. It's up to them. But we have to get moving on this now. And as I said, we have every intention of contacting HCD.
Leslie, hold on. I got Commissioner Tolkien and then Commissioner Fontaminardi. Commissioner Tolkien, you are muted, sir.
Any way, including some graphic image to show them, because I went by there. I haven't been by there in a while since the COVID thing and everything. And it really would, drive it home what you're trying to save.
Right.
Well, whether it's one photograph, couple of photographs, that's all I'm saying.
You're right. But that can go to HTD from City Council.
Yeah. The City Council too.
Yeah.
Now, Commissioner Fontaminardi.
I would like to move the question. I think Commissioner Landers has raised some good points that the letter could be tweaked. I would say that if he has specific tweaks, we should restructure the Brown Act group and have him deal with 2 members of it, and just do the revisions as, within a day or 3, if that's possible. And then let's get it moving. And I would like to call the question.
So are you suggesting that the motion is to approve it to send with tweaks?
That's my motion.
We'll be here.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Just a moment. I have a procedural issue.
I got Commissioner Raskin, and then Heidi came in. So let's first have Heidi talk to us, and then we'll go to Commissioner Raskin.
I just did want to make a couple comments about the IZO concept. I think first, and I did mention this to Commissioner Fresco before, we are not certain that HCD would consider an IZO implementation for purposes of the program. So we would, I think it would be wise for us to consult with them, because it's not clear that they would, something that could sunset. And then the other piece is, as Commissioner Fresco mentioned, I'm not aware of a mechanism that would allow an IZO to just become permanent. So in terms of timing, if something needed to become permanent, we would still have to go through the normal process. It's very easy for an IZO to simply sunset and become ineffective, but it would not just turn into a permanent ordinance. You would have to go through the first read, second read piece. You'd have to build in the timing on the back end of that, is what I'm saying.
Well, the purpose of the IZO was to not violate the October deadline.
So we might have to do it a different way, but
okay, hold on. I think I had Commissioner Raskin next up on the queue after Heidi. Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I just wanted to very quickly explain my vote that's forthcoming momentarily. My views on this issue have been evolving, and I have evolved to the point in my thought process in thinking that changing the zoning trajectory of these districts from what we have in the housing element might not be the right approach. And I think that ship has potentially sailed given the changes in statewide zoning law with AB 2011, further state law changes that are forthcoming in the next legislative term. I think we should certainly implement anti-displacement mechanisms that we have in AB 2011, and with profound thanks to the letter writers who have done exceptional work in addressing one of the most desperate issues in terms of planning, which is displacement. I will likely be voting no unless something changes my opinion in the next 30 seconds here.
Mr. Landers?
Okay, so I'm just going to say, and I don't know if I'm the only person who was not aware of this, but my comments were addressed to the original letter that was posted, and I am now seeing a revised, as of 24 hours ago, a revised letter that is substantially different from the letter that was circulated even yesterday. So this is updated as of the 17th. The revision, I will say, notwithstanding my support for Commissioner Raskin's and objections, and I think we need to take those up. I am more comfortable with the letter, the new version of the letter, than I was with the prior version of the letter.
to Commissioner Fondo Bernardi's question, I'm not sure an IZO is really the way to go. The thing that I wanted to do was come up with a delayed effective date that basically moved the zoning changes forward such that they would take effect by the deadline imposed by the state. So we avoid a builder's remedy problem, and then approach HCD for to engage. And if they do engage and they give us the opportunity, you could always go back in before the effective date and rescind and swap. Because the law on downzoning, you actually have to have done the downzoning has to have taken effect for it to be illegal. And so if we said, look, it's January or February, whenever the city council is going to vote, we're going to go to HCD now. We're going to keep the process moving forward. If HCD comes back, then we'll simply unwind and do the swap. So I can live with the letter as it's written. I also appreciate that it's focused on the what and not the how. I think it should have a final paragraph that invites the council to work with the planning commission to explore the most efficient legal ways to do this so that the city is not put at risk. I don't see that language in the letter, naming the risk that others have brought to our attention. I think a paragraph saying that we need to acknowledge that risk. So I can live with it because I obviously support the goals, but I do think that Vice Chair Raskin has brought up a really important point about anti-displacement, and I do think we need to look at other ways to protect the businesses and the residents who are there now.
Commissioner Lambert.
Actually, I was speaking with Lana Negretti the other day, who, as you know, owns a small business on Santa Monica Boulevard. She and others, many others, are at risk of displacement because of all the upzoning we've done. So the city really needs to focus on business retention. I mean, that's a big job, and it's citywide. It's not just these neighborhood commercial districts. There really has to be a city policy and program with money to do something about displacement. That's going to take a while. Meanwhile, we've got the neighborhood commercial district. This goes through. The IZO is an idea. If we don't want to do an IZO, we don't do an IZO. If we put this into permanent zoning code language by October, I don't think we're going to be hit with the downzoning issue because the 2018 zoning code had neighborhood commercial as it is right now. So I don't think that's an issue. But I really think, and we will be very diplomatic, and if an HCD says no, don't come back until you're ready, that's fine. But I really think we need to act on this because there are properties on Ocean Park Boulevard that are in danger, and I know that for a fact. And if we don't do something quickly, they'll be gone. And I'm not willing to live with that as a planning commissioner.
Okay. Well, I think we're getting close to a vote, so I'm going to throw in my 2 cents on this. And I support local businesses. I'm very concerned about local business. Anytime you have redevelopment of commercial corridors, there is a concern that the local business won't come back. So I'm fully in support of doing some business retention, doing something out there. But market forces are really difficult. And if people like local businesses, the best thing you can do is go use them every day.
Right.
I am afraid of the builder's remedy. I think it's ugly what happened to us months ago. I don't want to see that again. I don't want to open us up to the potential of that. And frankly, I want to see affordable housing on Montana, and I want to see it on Maine. And I love how this city, historically has said it's okay to put affordable housing on Pico, but now all of a sudden when they're trying to put it on Maine and Montana, this is really an important protected special place. And then I say, oh, by the way, what about Pico? And they said, yeah, we should throw that in there too. And then we say, well, there's so many historic monuments. How much have we read about how historic issues have helped people of color down, help stop development? So I'm firmly against this for a variety of reasons. I think the biggest reason we should all be worried about is the builder's remedy. But consistently, the city has pushed affordable housing in the Pico neighborhood area, and not in these areas. And for that reason, I really want to see some affordable housing on Maine and Montana. And people tell me I'm crazy and I'm insane because it's too expensive. But at least put the incentives and the opportunities there. Who knows? Maybe some benefactor will deed restrict over the land to us for affordable housing. But this is, I guess you know where my vote will come down.
Let me remind you that Tara Borascas could file an application for the AB 1763 project on Montana tomorrow at 6 stories. Nothing stopping her. Same with Ocean Park Boulevard. Nothing stopping.
That has nothing to do with the intent of the city and not incentivizing, going out of their way to incentivizing housing.
Well, the density bonus is actually more than what we're talking about in this letter.
But that's state law. That's not the city of Santa Monica stepping up. So, hey, look, I can vote no. I can be in the minority. I have been in the minority on this vote for 15 years. But I will put out my position.
Can I offer a friendly amendment?
Sure.
I would like to, first of all, I'd like to drop the paragraph about the IZO. I think our language is stronger if we simply focus on the thing we're trying to fix. And I think we've been talking about this throughout the process. What would get my vote more enthusiastically is some acknowledgement that this needs to happen, that of what Commissioner Lambert said, and frankly what I said earlier, that we need to have, no matter what else happens, we need to have a more holistic approach to fair housing and displacement issues, both residential and commercial. I think if we're writing to the city council, we need to raise the integrated question, even if the city council, in its wisdom, chooses to go to HCD with something much more narrow. We need to articulate our issue and say, this is the priority now for the reasons that Commissioner Lambert articulated and for the reasons that we discussed earlier. So that's what's missing for me. So what I would propose is that the third paragraph be stripped, and that I'm happy to work with somebody to get one more paragraph in that says this is really urgent, and then I think we should vote on it on the 25th.
I'm not here on the 25th, John.
Okay.
What did you say, Leslie?
She's not here on the 25th. I forgot she's not here on the 25th.
If you put it at the beginning of the agenda, I can zoom in from Kansas.
I would like to leave the tone and focus tweaking of the letter. I'd like to get a sense of the motion from this group, whether we're going to bring all of this effort into bear, having a very substantial problem in our city, which is that the energy that's going into housing at 100% is going to have all these secondary effects, including crushing our business that would support all of the housing that we're trying to build. So I think we need to see around the corner. We need to be smarter than HCD and ask for what we really need, as opposed to what they think we need and how they think we should get there. And I think so. I think we need a sense of the motion from the Planning Commission, and then the affected parties can work out the details, but just to make sure it's going and it's going as fast as it can.
Great. And we'll take out the IZO paragraph, Sean.
Okay.
They know it's urgent, trust me.
I know they know it's urgent.
Okay, we have a motion.
Someone make a motion?
I made a motion way back when.
Yeah. So moving that paragraph is a friendly amendment, Mario?
Yeah.
That's the amendment.
That's fine.
It's just the third paragraph. If you want to send it tonight, then send it tonight and drop the third paragraph with the IZO stuff.
Okay. No problem.
And I would like to communicate this concern when we do the final, I'd like to communicate the broad concern when we do the final vote on the first.
I agree.
We've come up in 1,000 different ways, and we could say, we're sending this now because it's urgent and we want this on your agenda quickly. And then when we vote on the first, part of our resolution should say, we want the studying the commercial effects and preventing commercial displacement.
Yes, agree.
So let's vote.
So let's see, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Respectfully, no.
Chair Reese.
No. Okay. So
So then I would like to move the upzoning of that parcel, that area on Stanford, which is sort of the twin, this last discussion.
second. So there's a motion to maintain the upzoning we recommended. I'm seconding it. We have discussion. And let's call for the question. Call for the vote.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
and Chair Reese.
Yes. Okay. We're through the zoning ordinance comments. We can turn to the other sections. I have limited comment. I'll be honest, we have limited comments on the other sections. The downtown, we talked about a little bit about we've already talked about one of the issues downtown about the 90,000. I can open that up. Do other people have other comments in the downtown plan?
I object to calculating the density bonus downtown based on a tier 1 base. That doesn't make any sense. Probably not even legal. I object to that. But maybe Jing took that out.
I think that's still in there. It was the MHO where they took out the tier 1 ref.
Yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, but to clarify, the current red lines, and I may be incorrect here, but the current red lines do not have anything other than a tier 1 for housing projects, just to clarify.
But if you're a large project, why would you?
I understand the difference, but I'm saying that the commission's last recommendation was to get rid of tiers, increase tier 1 to the size of tier 2 or tier 3, depending on the district.
Huh?
That was the commission's direction the last time. So
yeah, to be clear, there's only basically what we're saying is for housing projects, there's only like one standard in the district.
So the whole thing is tier 1, even tier 2 and tier 3.
Not a tier. There's no tiers. There's tiers in downtown for housing.
Okay, I'll never say it again.
But what Heidi just said is we bumped up the FARs more consistent with tier 2. Will you confirm that, Jane?
Right. It was the higher of, if it was tier 2 or there was a tier 3, we selected the highest FAR for that particular zone.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Lambert.
Yeah, before we lose Nina, I'm just wondering, could we possibly, because we've done a few of these and it might not take a lot of time, go back to the staff report. There are, I think, 5 other items where staff disagreed with us and gave thoughtful, responses. And I think it would be helpful for us to just go through those and decide whether or not we want to stick with our position or whether we want to agree with them. We've stuck with this list starts on page 4 of the staff report. We've taken care of the 2 on page 4. There are none on page 5. And then there are 3 on page 6. 1 on page 7 that we've already taken care of. And one at the very bottom of page 9.
We'll bring them up. I think that's
Okay, so I'll just read them. For the first one on page 6, for 100% affordable housing projects, add relief from outdoor living area requirements to by right menu of incentives and concessions in the state density bonus. And staff disagreed on an equity basis. I'm inclined not to push on this one because I appreciated staff's arguments. We were trying to add some flexibility, and staff wanted to make sure that people were getting their outdoor living area.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Does
think
anybody wanna-
I think I'm the one who's pushed this the most, and I'm just going to say that based off my professional experience, this is a request that is asked for over and over again by 100% affordable developers. And they generate some of the most beautiful, nicest, livable buildings that you see out there. But, you know.
Doesn't the law allow them to request it anyway?
You can ask for a waiver, some kind of waiver.
Yeah.
But a waiver has a higher standard of approval.
Well,
No, they could still ask for it as an incentive or concession. It's just not on the by right menu, that's all.
okay. The next one is do not allow NC lot consolidation with NC rezoning. Did we take care of that one? Do not allow neighborhood commercial lot consolidation with neighborhood commercial rezoning.
Oh, no.
That goes in the package with the NC upzoning issue. That's part of the upzoning.
Right. Okay. So we're still disagreeing with staff on that.
Well, they have a pretty reasonable lot consolidation level. It's like 15,000.
Okay. Keep going? Okay. Consider turning the daylight plane incentive concession into a standard to ensure there is relief of the daylight plane at some point. Staff thought that the current language was just good enough.
What does that mean?
Jane?
So the Planning Commission was, the discussion was to turn that into a standard. We disagree, and that it just it can just be an incentive or concession. It's on the menu, and you can seek relief, from the daylight plane in the way that's written in the incentive and concession.
So you could only waive it with a density bonus project. Is that correct?
That's right.
It's an incentive to do a density bonus project.
Yeah, I just worry about these big projects next to R1 and R2, frankly.
Well, they'd be subject to the daylight plane.
If they're not density bonus.
If they are density bonus projects, they'd be able to ask for it, and if they weren't, then they couldn't.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah. So you're probably happy with it as is.
Yeah, let's just let it go.
Okay. The next one is considering allowing option to have applicant elect to have ARB review occur after entitlements, and we've already done that one. The next one is considering allow some market rate units in 100% moderate income projects, which we just did. And then at the bottom, the last one, and then we're done with where there's a disagreement, is remove staff's recommended prohibition on single unit dwellings and multi-unit residential zones. I'm inclined, based on the fact that we're sending this letter and we need to have some evidence that we're doing our part, to agree with staff's recommended prohibition. I think so I would like to endorse the staff recommendation, and I'm going to make that as a motion.
Second.
Are there any commissioners that oppose that?
We take a vote.
Trying to save time.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
And Chair Reese?
Yes. Okay.
Great. Well, Jing, you persuaded us on a few things.
Yay.
Good job, Sean.
Yay.
Let's do that. All right. Who's got other comments on the other documents that they need to go through? Or have we exhausted our list and ourselves tonight? Okay. Staff, I think that we've run out of questions and it appears a little steam. Is there anything on your list that we have not given you responses to?
I'm just doing a quick check with the team, but no, I don't think so. We tried to organize a report to sort of focus the discussion really on the sticking issues as it were. So I think we're good.
Okay. Commissioners and everybody, good solid work. There's a lot of this is tough. It's not easy and it's not going to be perfect, but we're putting our best foot forward and we still have another couple of weeks to digest this and potentially make changes. I know that's not what you want to hear, Jing.
Well,
but
yeah, I think just for process, we have the direction from tonight. We will be doing red lines to reflect that for your February 1st meeting. And hopefully there's not sort of brand new issues brought up at that point. That was the point of tonight, was to sort of have that out there and have the February 1st meeting hopefully be just a quick confirmation, of your direction.
Okay, great. I think then we're going to close this public hearing and we're going to move on in our agenda. And we don't have anything under 4, 5, something under 6A. Or do I have a bad agenda in front of me? Oh, continued item. And then 7, 8, and 9 we've already dealt with, so we're at 10 where we have public comment on non-agendized items. Hold on, Commissioner Raskin, did I miss something?
Do we need to make a motion to continue the item 6A?
I had the same question, actually. Thanks for asking it.
The development.
Yeah, it looks like it was already done, but let's ask staff.
Sorry,
because the agenda was posted with the continuance, because it was continued by staff with the concurrence of the applicant, it's not necessary.
Right.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. The applicant did not. Yeah, just say for the record that when the applicant, I had an ex parte from
Not
the
tonight.
applicant.
You don't need an ex parte.
No, I understand that. Wait, just make the statement, which is that the language on the agenda says continued by staff, and it doesn't say continued by staff with the concurrence of the applicant. And I think it would be important to have the agenda updated to reflect that, because when I was contacted by the applicant's representative mentioning the continuance, they did not indicate whether or not they had concurred with the continuance. So I think it's important for the public, given our push for timelines and deadlines, to be real clear about whether this was by agreement or not. That's all. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, for clarification on the record, we did have the concurrence of the applicant on the continuance.
Okay.
Okay, I am going to move past 9 to 10, and I'm going to open up public comment on non-agendized items.
I want to apologize for that article I sent you guys. It's totally incomprehensible. But hopefully you didn't try to read it.
I lost a lot of hair trying to read that. All right, our timer going.
Cherise, would you indulge keeping the public comment timer open for an additional 30 seconds past our usual 60 seconds? got a note from someone from the public last time that they didn't quite have time to call in within the 60-second window.
Certainly. I'm not seeing that clock just yet, so I don't know, staff, if you had started that, we're not seeing it in the public realm.
Is it still not showing?
It's still not showing.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
To Vice Chair Raskin's point, while we're waiting, I believe the comment to which he was the first to reply, so none of us could reply afterwards, was pointing out that the public needs time to, the number just went away, that the public needs time to see the number, write it down, dial it, and by the time the minute expires, we have members of our community who
haven't made the call.
Yeah, so we want to give them a little more time.
And it's further complicated by the fact that the public sees all this 45 seconds delayed.
Yes.
So by the time their clock starts, we're already 45 seconds.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah. Well, we'll be back in person in March. Don't be strangers. But clearly we live in the future.
Okay.
Hopefully
so
you saw the timer that time.
Yeah.
We did not receive any calls.
And we had a little delay there trying to get that up while the number was up. So I feel fairly comfortable we gave somebody 90 seconds in there, but if commissioners want to hold it a little bit longer, I'm open to that. But I think we're okay. Okay. With that, I'm going to once again thank everybody for their dedicated work. Nina, I hope you recover quickly, and we will see most of you next week and all of you in 2 weeks. And have a nice evening. The meeting is adjourned.